Denver City Council is now in session. We're now going to recess for council headshots and group photos. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Kenmore City Council will come back to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Culver,
Present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Sassen,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Councilmember Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Here.
Thank you. And at this point in the agenda, we are moving on to the ceremonial oaths of office. First, I would like to invite Councilmember O'Kane, Melanie O'Kane, please, along with guest Stephanie Lukash, who will be conducting the oath of office.
All right, here we are. Well, repeat after me. I, Melanie O'Kane,
I, Melanie O'Kane,
having been duly appointed
having been duly appointed
to the office of City of Kenmore Council Position Number 1,
to the office of City of Kenmore Council Position Number 1,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of this office
discharge the duties of this office
as prescribed by law and to the
As-
best of my ability,
as prescribed by law and to the best of my ability,
and that I will support and maintain
and that I will support and maintain
the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States.
the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Kane. At this point, we would like to invite Councilmember Valerie Sassen, or we will pause for a quick photo with Councilmember O'Kane. Thank you. We would like to invite Councilmember Valerie Sassen and her guest and spouse, Mr. Gary May.
I, Valerie Sassen,
I, Valerie Sassen,
having been duly appointed
having been duly appointed
to the office of City of Kenmore Council Position Number 3,
to the office of City of Kenmore Council Position Number 3,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office
as prescribed by law and to the best of my ability,
as prescribed by law and to the best of my ability,
and that I will support and maintain
and that I will support and maintain
the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States.
the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States.
And at this point, we would like to welcome Councilmember John Culver. He has been elected to the City Council Position Number 5. He has also chosen not to participate in the ceremonial oath of office, but the official oath was administered on December 28th. And finally, we invite Councilmember Nathan Lutsis and his guest Dwight Thompson.
Please raise your right hand. I,
I,
Nathan Lutzis,
Nathan Lutzis,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington
and all city of Kenmore ordinances,
and all city of Kenmore ordinances,
and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge
and I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge
the duties of the office of council member position 7
the duties of the position of office of council member position 7
according to the law and the best of my ability.
according to the law and the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
The next item on the agenda is the election of the mayor and the election of the deputy mayor. As your city clerk, I will facilitate the process of the election of mayor. We will begin by opening and calling for nominations for the position of mayor, giving every council member an opportunity to nominate one person, including him or herself. Once all those nominations are made, I will close the nominations and ask for discussion. And each person who made a nomination can speak to make their case for a particular nominee. After each council member has had a chance to speak, I will close the discussion and begin the voting process. If there is a singular nomination, the vote will be taken by unanimous consent. Otherwise, we will be taking votes by a show of hands. Each member of the council will vote for their nominee and keep their hand raised until we have registered your vote. And votes will be taken in order of the nomination received. We will continue voting rounds until a majority of 4 votes has been tallied in favor of a nominee. Does the council have any questions about the procedure? Okay, let me grab a pen and we will begin. The clerk is now officially opening nominations for the selection of mayor. Councilmember O'Kane.
Councilmember Hergebig.
I have noted that nomination. Any others? Seeing no other nominations, I will close the nomination period. We will now move on to voting. Having only one nomination, we will vote on that nomination only, and we will vote by unanimous consent. All in favor of appointing Councilmember Herbig to the position of mayor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, Councilmember Herbig has now been appointed to the position of mayor. Congratulations. And as the presiding officer, he will now continue facilitating the selection of the deputy mayor.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. The rules for deputy mayor are identical to the election rules for mayor. So I will open up nominations for deputy mayor. Councilmember Sassen.
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman O'Kane.
Councilmember O'Kane has been nominated, or are there any further nominations? Seeing none, I'm going to close nominations because there's only one person. We'll do this through voice vote. All those in favor of Councilmember O'Kane to be deputy mayor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember O'Kane is now deputy mayor O'Kane. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated on the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Sauk-Suwattle, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Pledge allegiance. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. Mr. City Manager, where is the fun?
Your Honor, I think we have a couple of where's the fun items. In fact, we might have something hatching as I speak. Uh-oh, what do I see? What in the world? Hey. That's Hank the Heron, Hank Heron, our mascot. Stephanie, our Deputy City Manager, can I turn some time over to you?
Well, we are so thrilled to debut Hank Heron here in City Hall tonight. And as we do that, these kinds of things aren't possible without the contributions from our community. And in this case, business owners, individuals, and the Kenmore Heritage Society had a huge role in bringing Hank Heron to life, hatching Hank and bringing Hank here. So I'm going to call off the names of the individuals and businesses who donated to make this possible. And I think we should take a picture and acknowledge all of those contributions because we have such a wonderful community around us and we're very grateful for their support. So first, I want to mention Suzanne Greathouse. Hank would not be here without Suzanne. Suzanne, as well as the Kenmore Heritage Society, supported the vast majority of the contributions that made Hank possible. So Suzanne, we are so thrilled, so grateful to you for your vision, your fun. If you were here when she came in a turkey costume, you'll remember that we've had a fun journey bringing us to this moment. And she also came to the Kenmore Business Alliance meeting in that turkey costume to help generate buzz and excitement and donations for the costume. So Suzanne, will you join Hank up by the flags? And then I'll call some additional people out who we'd also like to have them join us. We have the, wonderful. We have Steve Holmes. What's up, paddleboard? Is Steve here? Steve is the chair of the Kenmore Business Alliance, and he and his business also made a donation. So Steve, you're welcome to join Hank up at the front. Carl Michaelman with Michaelman Insurance also made a donation. So I thought I saw Carl was here. Please join us. Thank you, Carl. Please join us.
Doing wrestling after with Hank?
No wrestling with Hank. Hank was expensive, so we're going to be careful with Hank. And then we had some others who, Jason Parker from Copperworks. I don't believe Jason's here, but he made a big donation. Manuel Lorraine from Northwest Solar, Corey Hansen, Hot 100 Business, and then Rob Carlinzi and myself, Stephanie Lukash, all made donations to make Hank possible. So just want to bring the fun, and we're really excited to roll out Hank in the future at farmers markets, concerts, events. Stay tuned. Hank will be making lots of appearances. But before, we just want to give everyone a round of applause who made Hank possible. And I think we should get a picture. And I think, Rob, you should be in it too.
And Cecilia, can you join us? You're Steve's business partner.
Of course. Also, yes, please join us. And anyone else who is here who I didn't know was here, who donated.
So Hank, wait, before you go, I need to find out, where is Kent Vaughn? Kent Vaughn is the creator of Hank Herron. Where is he? What? Well, how come he's not here? This is his big night. Oh, well, maybe you can go get him. Thanks so much, Hank. So Kent Vaughn is one of our city employees, and he's a civil engineer by day, and he's a cartoonist by night. And Kent actually is the creator of the Hank Herron character. So, all right. So one last thing, you won't believe this, but Kenmore was represented at last night's championship football game. Yeah. And we have some photos to prove it. Can you share those photos? So Councilmember Lutzis, a senior at University of Washington, is also in the marching band, and he was there last night in Houston. Councilmember Lutzis, do you want to say anything?
Well, it was a fantastic experience. Of course, I hope it could have ended a little bit differently. But I will say, in my time with the marching band at the University of Washington, I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, and it's been a fun opportunity to bring some spirit to our local community. And there's a lot of folks in the marching band who come from Kenmore, who are in there from Kenmore, a lot of residents that went through Inglemoor, a lot of other members too, even another former council member, a council member who was a former member of the marching band. Go Dogs. Councilmember Marshall was also in the marching band, in fact, played the same instrument as me. And in fact, this year, our director, Dr. Brad McDavid, is retiring after 30 years. He's the longest serving director in the University of Washington history. He first started in 1993, and he's also a resident of Kenmore. So it's another piece of representation from our city, another big change maker from our town. So it's very special.
Thank you. Your Honor, back to you.
Go Dogs. Next on the agenda is public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We'll hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. All guests must address their comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Keep your comments to the allotted time. Will not split time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Of course, you can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. We're also asking that folks keep applause and that sort of thing to a minimum so we can get through folks as quickly as possible. The meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a total of 17 guests wishing to speak tonight. We'll start with these first 5. Lou Novak, Patrick O'Brien, Carl Michaelman, Laura Hodge, and Paul Jarvis, please.
Mayor Herbeck and council members, my name is Lou Novak. I'm a resident of Kenmore. With respect to the valuable time that you spend here and for which you're paid, I'll keep my remarks under 60 seconds. First, thank you to you, council members Herbig, Marshall, Kugler, O'Kane, and Baker for listening to our December 11th extended public comments and finding them so enlightening that you rejected the financially inefficient and inappropriate Plymouth housing proposal. Tonight's resolution 24-411, limiting our public comments and free speech, deprives all of you the same enlightenment in the future. Limiting the time for less than 19 speakers deprives we, the taxpayers and voters who love Kenmore, our right to speak. As Voltaire said, I may disagree with what you say, but I defend to the death your right to say it. For those staff and council members who don't feel that they have the time or the desire to listen to us and value what we have to say, then why should we, the people, have the time or the desire to vote for you?
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington, ditto, exactly what he said. And why is it that it's somewhere in the syllabus? We've got several proposals by our really newly appointed mayor, and it doesn't stipulate what he's going to say. So how can we say anything? I mean, I had it noted, but there's a lot of paperwork here. Pre-registration, baloney. We want to be able to put computer reports up on that screen, right? Like right there, like Plymouth House had, how every insider deal that has been done here has been given that dais right there, access to put their computer message up there and then have that disseminated throughout the city. And people like me and all the rest of the people here, we don't have an opportunity to do that, which means we are muted in our ability to communicate. That's not fair. I want to see some enforcement at Lake Point. They've been running the plant at all hours of the night. I called it at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. I spoke with officers from Kenmore. They said, well, we're going to have to talk to the chief in Shoreline to do anything. That's baloney. It's ordinances like hours of operation and noise, and you've totally let go of control of things you rightfully have control over, and yet you've done nothing about it. The fire station, I want to see that whole debacle investigated. You've got $30 million going to a hole in the ground on property that you acquired through a false process where staff lied in their reports and you signed on, and you're trying to build a maintenance facility out by Kenmore Junior High when that fire station was available for under $5 million. You're going to spend more than $30 million. That needs to be investigated, not brushed under the rug. It's more important in this place to have the public's view than your view, because you don't know what we're thinking. You don't really represent us unless you hear us, and you have done everything to limit our speech. You even put that last Plymouth House presentation and public comment period after 10:30 at night, and I just think that's pre-planned. That is total baloney. I guess I could say baloney, but it is baloney that you don't get the public comments up first. And if you need to push the other items on your agenda till later, you need to do that. But the public must be heard for the full extent of whatever time limit is presently in existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelman.
Carl Michaelman. I live in Briar. I'm a business owner and own property here in Kenmore. First of all, I want to say congratulations to the new council. So the new council people, please do not take this yet to be to you over what I'm going to be speaking about. It's so great to see everybody here. Because you know what it's like when I come here and there's 4 or 5 people and you don't listen to me? You don't hear what I have to say? Now what's happening, it's showing you're not listening to a whole bunch of people. So it's not just me. Here we are. You want to suppress what we have to say. How many times have I been in this room and said, I would like you to do public comments and do public hearings at the beginning of the meeting? It's gone on deaf ears. So when Patrick says you start these comments late, there's nothing but people thinking you don't want to hear from us. And you know what? This is wrong. This is democracy right here. Finally, thank you all. You've showed up. And all I'm hearing now is you don't want to hear from us. If you can explain to me, that's not the truth. Now, mind you, I believe in rules too. So there's a big difference there. But the spark was lit when you went ahead and started it at 10:30 on that meeting. And then to top it all off, you said, well, maybe we'll do it tomorrow. You know, we should do it later on. Well, the people were here for 3.5 hours waiting and waiting, okay? And people were tired and people were rude, including me. So I'll tell you that too. Some of it though was well-deserving. When our mayor goes ahead and compares me to a guy that comes from Kent with the Plymouth House, for the Plymouth House, and then says, oh, well, we had a speaker from Briar. I own property here. I pay taxes here. I am very involved with this city. And for you to compare me to the guy from Kent is nothing but an insult. Let me be clear. So what's going to happen, I hope you folks will finally see. I've been singing this song and dance. Listen to us. I am not against the low income. I'm against of where it's going to be. You got to find a different place. And the original senior citizens as well as disability vets, and put it in the right area. That's all I got to say. And I hope this new council, people, I won't have to start talking to you about this. Thank you.
Good evening, Laura Hodge, Kenmore. Good evening, Kenmore City Council, and welcome new members. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I am very much in opposition to the proposed public commentary format changes for Kenmore City Council general meetings and public hearings as specified per proposed resolution number 24-411. We consider these proposed changes to the public commentary format rather punitive and oppressive in nature. The optics are very concerning. It looks that these proposed measures are a knee-jerk reaction over what took place at the December 11th public hearing, where Kenmore citizens came out in full force to oppose the Plymouth housing project. It also feels like a retaliation effort against the Kenmore community as a whole, because we citizens voiced valid concerns over poorly conceived, no barrier housing project that would have harmed Kenmore for generations. Shortening the public commentary segment length to 1 hour for general meetings and 1.5 hours for public hearings with 2 minutes per speaker does not give enough time for Kenmore citizens to voice opinions over proposed items with significant impacts to the community, like the Plymouth project we Kenmore citizens are vigorously against, especially if you want to end the meetings at 10 p.m. At the December 11th public hearing, you gave outside lobbyists with no ties to Kenmore speaking time during public commentary. This was wrong and took speaking time away from Kenmore citizens wanting to have their say. Public commentary should only be reserved for Kenmore citizens who reside and or have businesses in Kenmore, not outside lobbyists, which leads me to question why, in your proposed changes, do you want Kenmore citizens declaring if they are for or against something or mark other before speaking at public hearings? Why? So it can help you determine how many lobbyists you want to give speaking time to during public commentary? taking away speaking time that should be reserved for only Kenmore citizens. We are not dumb. We know exactly what is going on. Public commentary should also take place towards the beginning of the meeting instead of towards the end. The deliberate stalling tactics done at the December 11th public hearing were unacceptable and disrespectful to the Kenmore citizens, especially on a Monday night when many have to work the next day. You had a chance to make the December 11th public hearing be about Plymouth only, and you did not. If you had only focused on Plymouth and not had outside lobbyists taking up time during the public commentary, the meeting would have ended a lot sooner than 3:30 a.m. Trying to implement public commentary censorship tactics in an attempt to silence Kenmore citizens so that special interest projects can advance forward in a more unopposed manner is no way to govern a city. Never forget that the Kenmore council members were elected to serve us, the citizens of the city of Kenmore, not King County, not the state of Washington, and not your special interest projects. Please choose wisely. Do not silence the voices of Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Paul Jarvis, followed by Nathan McDonald, Jeff Chisholm, Sarah Solom Hayashi, Dan Troyan, and Chris Gustafson. Mr. Jarvis?
Thank you. As stated, my name is Paul Jarvis. My family and I have lived in Kenmore since 1995, which was before this was even an incorporated city. All three of my kids attended Arrowhead Elementary and Inglemoor High School. We moved here from Seattle and absolutely love this city. From the Kenmore air float planes that can take us to the San Juan Islands, to the beautiful St. Edward's Park, where our family loves to go on long walks, to, in my opinion, a very responsive city council that I feel has helped save St. Edward's Park and also oversaw installing the beautiful new bridge across the slough with sidewalks running all the way up the hill. We are sincerely grateful to you and feel privileged to live here. But my friends, in fact, a mistake has been made, and I think by now a lot of people are aware of it. Fortunately, this was a mistake that is easy to correct. City Hall steps are not a place for one private group to plant their flag at the exclusion of others. And planting a flag is one thing, but painting a gigantic flag of a private group on the stairs of our public building with the overtly expressed intention to leave it there for 10 years, well, that's divisive. That's not inclusive of those members of our community that don't happen to belong to the group that the flag represents. Please ask yourself, why would we ever dedicate the stairs of our city hall to the flag of any private group? Obviously, citizens who are not members of that group will feel ostracized and yes, even discriminated against. It's not their flag, it's someone else's. And yet this city hall is for all of us. I have no more right to paint the flag of my private organization on the stairs of this public building than you or you or you. And yet permission was hastily granted to a private group to do exactly that. That, my friends, was a mistake and not consistent with the inclusive nature of our city council, this building, and indeed our exemplary city. We know better. We are better. As a long-term citizen of this beautiful city, I'm calling for the removal of that enormous, inappropriate private symbol from our public building and requesting that the stairs welcoming our citizens to their city hall be repainted the original, neutral, non-controversial color they were before. Please take that action. Thank you in advance.
Thank you, Nathan McDonald, Jeff Chisholm, Sarah Solom Hayashi, Dan Troyan, Chris Gustafson.
My name is Nathan McDonald, and I am a Kenmore resident. The council's ill-fated proposal to limit the commenting time, both individually and in total, is an obvious response to the meeting during which the community came together as never before and, nearly in unison, voiced its opposition to the misguided and poorly conceived 0% AMI Plymouth housing project. Rather than accepting the will of the people, the council apparently desires to continue pushing an iteration of this project forward over our objections. Although some of you wish it was, the Kenmore City Council is not the village Soviet, and you are not political commissars. Mayor Herbig, this approach reflects your desperate desire to both become a permanent fixture of the full-time leadership class and flex your naked totalitarian tendencies. It is further clear that you despise those of us who disagree with your dictatorial approach to local government. Fine. But you also despise our dissent, and that is unacceptable. It was recently revealed that some members of the council or city administration felt uncomfortable during the Plymouth housing meeting. Good. You, as elected leaders, should feel uncomfortable, especially if you continue to ignore the will of the people. We Kenmorians are those you are tasked with representing, not special interests outside of Kenmore or the professional full-time leadership class, the entrance to which, Comrade Herbig, you believe is your political destiny. Your playbook is as simple as it is devastating. It consists of 4 steps. 1, amass power. 2, destabilize everything. 3, smash capitalism. 4, impose Marxism. Great statesmen ponder the never-ending calculus of intentions versus capabilities. Your intentions are already on the table, which include construction of 0% AMI no-barrier housing for those currently living outside of Kenmore, rent control without actually calling it rent control, and the taking of private property to ensure that nothing more than mobile housing can be built on it. The constraining reality of your capabilities wants a word with your intentions. Your solution? Raise taxes and lower dissent. Sounds like a winner if your end state fantasy is authoritarian despotism. Shame on you.
I'm Jeff Chisholm, Kenmore resident. I was going to speak on the limitation of public input. I have changed my comments as a result of amendments proposed by Mayor Herbig late this afternoon that dropped the limitations of 1 hour and 90 minutes. But I still want to speak on the issue. I will also tell you the number of people here are a small fraction of the number of people that would have been here had it not been for your amendments. But I'm surprised that you ever even proposed this in the first place. So I want to address a couple issues that somebody obviously had in their mind to propose the limitations in the first place. You need public input for substantive and procedural reasons. I've never learned anything from people I agree with, ever. I learned from people I disagree with. And the council represents a fairly small slice of the Kenmore society, both in terms of economic background, political beliefs, and even employment. You are mostly public employees or private charitable organizations. There's not a lot of business people that have input. You need our input. You don't have much diversity, in other words, using your own terms. Procedurally, the public needs to feel heard. Whether you like what they have to say, you need to open up the valve on the top of the steam pressure cooker to let it out. With regard to the proposed changes in the decorum, I agree entirely. Decorum in a public place is most appropriate. You need to show respect for the people that you're dealing with. I suspect none of you in your private setting would ever tell anyone, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Certainly none of you who've ever worked in any private business would dream of telling a customer, I don't want to hear what you have to say. But the government, for some reason, wanted to choose to tell its own citizens, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You need to show respect to the citizens, to your voters. Now, I'm okay with the amendments that Mayor Herbig proposed later this afternoon, with one exception. There's still a requirement that cuts meetings off at 10 o'clock at night and then gives the council the option of going late or continuing or cutting off debate and not hearing anyone who hasn't spoken already. That needs to change. As we know from previous occasions, the only time that you get a lot of voters is when the public has a lot to say that apparently you haven't heard before. 2 occasions that I am aware of, the missing middle and Plymouth housing. I urge you to amend that provision as well and either require the council to stay late or continue it so everyone who's signed up to speak is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Sarah Solom Hayashi, resident of Kenmore. since the year that we incorporated. Really proud to be here. I want to thank our current and former members of directors of the council. I want to our returning members, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, and welcome our new members. It is a brave thing to do. It is a benevolent thing to do for our community. We are so fortunate to be in this country where we can speak our mind and our opinion, but it is even greater to receive that information and process that information. I am, as the Director of Arts of Kenmore, I am partly one of those people that has to process all of that information, make sure that it's legal, make sure that the funding that we receive is facilitated into projects that are in line with our grantors, in line with the King County Arts and Culture, in line with the National Endowment for the Arts, that are driven and guided by the congressional laws and policies that come from our Supreme Court that guide public art. With that, the steps, the pride flag in front is inclusive of all people, not just one particular group. That is something that we are blessed with in this constitutional republic. We get to vote in representatives that represent us. We are not actually a democracy. However, when it comes down to the city level, and we have this people's podium.
Please direct your remarks to that.
We have this people's podium that was built from a tree right from this land. And we are able to address you with our issues. We are very fortunate. This city began under the counsel of Jack Crawford, and one of the most benevolent people you'll ever meet. We are still under, I believe, some of the most tremendous city planners we could ever possibly have. So I thank you for your benevolence and your consideration.
Dan Troyan.
Hi, Dan Troyan, resident of Kenmore. I'm here to demand for better chairs. They're not very comfortable. Thank you. We were here for 8 hours. I'm still hurt. No. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. Welcome to the new members of the council, some of which I've spoken to, some of which I haven't. Besides the chairs, which are, I think, the most important part of my speaking here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for changing the 60 and 90-minute limits. I understand that later there will be amendments that will be removing that from consideration. I do appreciate that. I do fear, as others have spoken, section 2.8, which is the 10 p.m. Cutoff rule, pending council vote, is arguably worse. We didn't start speaking until after 10 p.m. at the Plymouth Housing Marathon. It would be very easy to delay, start the meeting 9:30, 9:45, stack the deck with people from Renton and Kent, bring some up from Tacoma, maybe they could carpool. This is a serious problem. There were people that had been signed up with the same handwriting in the beginning of the Plymouth housing meeting. That's not allowed. And when I asked a member of the staff how that's enforced, she said it's not enforced. A rule that is not enforced is not a rule. This is a very serious concern. When the Plymouth Housing Plan comes back and rears its ugly head, it will be voted on again. And I fear that if there's a 10 p.m. cutoff and there is a late meeting, as was the last time, it will be very easy to simply say, well, the public came, they spoke. We had 5 people speak in support, 1 against. So we did our duty to listen to the public, and we heard only supportive things. This is a serious problem. Public comment, like I said, or many have said is extremely important. I appreciate your time and you listening to us. But sometimes I feel that it kind of goes into a black hole. There's not a lot of back and forth. There's not a lot of transparency in terms of actual dialogue. I really enjoyed the town hall we had with all the tables where we could sit and discuss with not only members of the staff and the council, but members of the public. I learned probably more that night than I learned in months. It was very helpful. So I would like to see that brought back and maybe somehow happen once a month, or I don't know what would be possible, but more often, that would be great. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Chris Gustafson, followed by Elizabeth Mooney, Gary May, Mark Prince, Teresa Dunning, and Sarah Gustafson.
Can you hear me? First off, I'm a Kenmore resident, been here for 10 years. Can you hear me?
And we do need your name and city of residence for the record.
My name is Chris Gustafson. I've lived in Kenmore for 10 years. I just bought a commercial building on 522, moved my business to that commercial building and owner operating out of that. So one of the big things that I've noticed from the council is that the economy of Kenmore is not in your top 2, top 5, top 6, top 7, even for 2024, at least the paper that I've seen that you guys are putting economic activity as number 8 on your priorities. And I think that is highly inefficient for Kenmore. We need a thriving local community of thriving businesses to help you guys achieve the other goals on your agenda. A healthy, thriving community will help with the affordable housing issues that we have here in Kenmore. Affordable housing isn't just housing for the poor. It's housing for people in our community that people in our community can afford without having to spend every penny they make. If we drive economic growth and jobs in this region, in this city, it will give those people an opportunity to have a different job than they currently do and an ability to maybe move up to a position where they aren't just spending every penny they have on their housing situation. So I would implore you to take a look at that and maybe reprioritize where you stand on economic growth. Like I said, I'm a business owner. There's not a lot of business owners on the council. If you need people to talk to, there's obviously a lot of people here that are business owners. Come knock on my door. I'm happy to talk to any single one of you, any given time, open the door, and I'll give you my opinion. If you have questions, I'm happy to help. In regards to the public comments, you guys you should know the pulse of Kenmore. If you do not, that is the perfect time for us as residents of Kenmore to speak our mind to you all at public comment portions. That basically means if we have meetings that run over the allotted time of 10 p.m. as you're proposing, that there's an issue. You don't have your finger on the pulse of Kenmore and something's wrong. There have been 2 instances that I know in the past 10 years that have gone that long. That being the Plymouth housing discussion and the missing middle. 2 of those I was adamantly against for reasons that have already been discussed here. We don't need to turn this city of Kenmore into Seattle. And by limiting the comments, you're not going to get the feedback from the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Elizabeth Mooney, followed by Mark Prince, Teresa Dunning, Sarah Gustafson, and Suzanne Garland.
Hi, Happy New Year and congratulations. Good luck. But we're here to talk to you, perhaps more than happened during the COVID years where some of you went through all those Zoom meetings where I remember Plymouth being there. And I think what happened is COVID did interrupt a lot of communication between staff, citizens, council. But that isn't to say that you should have considered stopping meetings at 10 o'clock. And thank you for amending whatever started happening. I stayed on that whole meeting about Plymouth till 3:30, and I took notes for every single person. And I am so glad that the people that are here are informing me because of public comment and coming to this wonderful get together. This is like party, Happy New Year, to see all these people. You created this because you sort of, whatever word you want to call it, you sort of had a mistake. It was a stumble, but it's not anybody's fault. I totally agree with people who are talking though. And yes, do not squelch the comments. I think you just got so many things on an agenda with what Carl Michaelman says. There's sometimes 4 people showing up. Now you've heard and you can respect keeping public comment as one of the grandest evenings in Kenmore. It's fun to be here. It's drama. We could maybe get on television. Anyway, I really though would not have known that since December 11th, all this was happening because people get busy. So thank you to the citizens also who have clearly been talking to you and emailing you and, you know, good job team, Kenmore. I was coming to just tell you that I'm really concerned about the environment. We're going to go forward with our nonprofit People for Environmentally Responsible Kenmore got a grant. It's going to be with Waterworks. Super excited to work with other nonprofits, the city and citizens about citizen science and clean water, air. And as far as Plymouth goes, I didn't know that was still happening. That's unfortunate. And I really think that was the wrong place. Something that could be a good thing, but having town meetings, that last gentleman that spoke, yeah, just do them every month. You know, we can help put some together from the nonprofit and bring up Lake Point, because I think I heard that you guys are going to have meetings this month. Lake Point is an issue that involves toxins and public health and fun, and I would like to make sure everybody's involved.
Ms. Mooney, we need your name and city of residence for the record, please.
What?
Name and city of residence for the record, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Elizabeth Mooney, Kenmore citizen since 1995.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney.
Thank you, Council. Mark Prince, Kenmore, since 1993. This proposed resolution 24-411 is bad for Kenmore and should be rejected as is. It's an overreaction to the last council meeting by the council and the city management trying to quiet public comments in opposition to their own proposals. Public comments at these meetings are just that. It is our opportunity, like me, to address the council, to voice our opinions, whether positive or negative, on any comment or action going on in the city. And it's you as a council just to sit back and listen to us. Our last council meeting was an embarrassment. It also shows how out of touch you are with the citizens here. Most council meetings, you can probably count the citizens speaking on one hand. But when an agenda comes up that looks so out of focus with what the people are thinking, we come, we stand, and we voice. These meetings, to have a cutoff time early, limit the number of individual speakings, to shorten the time of speakers depending on the number of people speaking, is not the objective of public comments. And to have restrictions as we sign in as for, against, or neutral, how do we know, since there's a time frame, how that's going to be equally objective to everybody by limiting that? Please reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Dunning, Sarah Gustafson, Suzanne Garland, and Stacy Valenzuela.
I'm Teresa Dunning. I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1989. And I'm here today on a couple of things. The first off is what you've heard from some of the other members. You can't limit our public comments. You just can't. It is our opportunity to actually dialogue with you. What I will ask of you, though, is it was sort of brought up by Brent Smith and Kenmore Neighbors. And I'm going to reiterate it because I sent you all, minus the new people. I'm sorry I didn't have your emails at the time. And welcome. Town halls. We need to sit and talk to you, especially on these big issues. Plymouth House is a big issue, and we need to talk. If this is still going on, and if you're still moving forward with Plymouth House in any way, shape, or form, you need to talk to us. So please, on these big items, let's have some town hall meetings. We won't be sitting here till 3 o'clock in the morning, which none of us probably enjoyed, nor are we proud of. But as some other folks have said, you didn't know where your community was. And we gotta be together. We've gotta work together. We've gotta be in sync. We've gotta understand what you're doing, and you need to hear from what we want as a community. You're representing us, and you're using our money to do this through our taxes, and we want that spent judiciously. We're here. We want to participate. This is a much smaller crowd, but I think you have a few on the phone too. And I don't think that we want to be adversarial. We want to be collaborative. I agree. You have a lot of expertise in this community. We've all worked in many different capacities, and we have a wealth of knowledge to bring to you as well that can probably save you many hours that you're currently involved with. So use us. We want to be here. We want a dialogue, and we want to hear. We want to be heard at these meetings as well. And perhaps you move public comments up in the agenda, so you hear them first. Get us out of the way. I think if you move us too far back, we're going to feel like we're not respected as part of your citizens. And as we respect you and your positions, please respect us as well and hold us in the same esteem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Herbeck, that concludes our on-site speakers. Shall we move on to virtual guests?
Yes.
Okay. We had 3 pre-registered guests. Sarah Gustafson. I do not see her in the virtual audience. Suzanne Garland. I'm going to give that one moment. I do see her. Suzanne, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Hi, I'm Suzanne Garland. I live in Kenmore, and I was at the full length of the marathon December 11th meeting, and I wanted to encourage the council members, especially the newly elected council members, to reject the motion, including the amendments that reduces our ability to speak at meetings. Ending meetings at 10 p.m. It just allows for either accidental or purposeful stalling that reduces our chance to speak. And the only example of a meeting that went on too long didn't even start comments until 10:30. So let's hold off on making any changes to public comments. Let's see how 2024 goes. And if we're having marathon meetings every time, then we can consider it. But there's just no reason to change this right now. The only reason that meeting went over is because it was packed and kind of poorly managed. That's fixable. You know, that's not a crime. It's fixable. We can fix I'm sure council can fix the management of the meetings. Going until 10:30 and then starting public comment when you have 120 people waiting in the wings, it's pretty easy to fix that. And then the other reason it was so contentious is because there was a lack of communication about this Plymouth housing. There was information about who would be in those buildings that was very important that most Kenmore citizens, including 79 out of 80 businesses that were near the address, didn't even know until 3 days before the vote. So let's fix the communication issues. Let's fix the management of the meetings first. Give it a try. Let the new council members hear from us a few more times, and then consider, if it's become problematic, consider some changes to the way that public comment happens. But right now, there's just no reason, and it really does feel like retaliation. Like we showed up en masse to argue against what is a really bad idea, frankly. And now it's like the first meeting of the year. Oh, we gotta get it. We gotta cut the public comment. Like, come on, let's not do that. Let's be reasonable here. So please reject the amendments to public comment. Let's get some more information. Let's keep things as they are and continue to hear from Kenmore citizens. We're all super involved now. So this is good. We're involved. We want to be involved. So that's it. Reject that proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela.
Good evening, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome to the new council members and Happy New Year. What we need is each of you to remember you are in office to represent the residents and businesses. In regard to ordinance 24-411, democracy is failing if you decrease the time to include us. We need to have our comments on public record. Just last year, legislation passed, nothing about us without us. We hope you hold this close when you discuss issues or make decisions. Participation of those affected by your decisions are needed to allow for inclusion on those very decisions. Yes, we do need to see that most meetings are going too long. A decent cutoff time is needed for the meeting. The agendas this last year have been overpacked with 2 to 3 presentations, several issues, ordinances, large attachments uploaded just the day before, and sometimes 2 to 3 public hearings. This is where the limits are needed, rather than exclusion of the public comments. Our residents should be welcomed, encouraged, supported, and included. I would like to see a report of how the council members are voting on the issues on those agendas, rather than whether you're for or against an issue from the public. How can the city go forward with direction on the aquatic center if St. Edward's, which was the top location of the residents' initial request for a pool before going forward? Let's see staff's efforts to work with the lodge first before we make a decision. We also need continued support of the manufactured home zoning overlay. Protect and preserve those 257 households from adding to Kenmore homelessness. We need the workforce housing of 50% and 30% extremely low affordable housing to keep Kenmore residents, some of the workers from encampments, seniors, veterans, and those with disabilities healthy and housed. Thank you for listening. I hope you hear it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Mayor Herbeck, that concludes our speakers list.
All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda stands approved. I actually missed something when we were going through agenda approval, and I'm hoping my colleagues will humor me. I was hoping to move around some of the items on the business agenda a little bit. I was hoping we could move item D to be the first item, followed by B and then A and C. Are there any objections to switching up the business agenda at all? All right, well, let's go right in then to item D, proposed resolution number 24-411, amending the city council rules and procedures, presented by City Attorney Don Rayton.
Good evening, Council. Before you tonight, I will be speaking about proposed amendments to the Council Rules of Procedures, which are presented for approval in resolution number 24-411. The topics for the amendments relate to meeting time, public comments, public hearings, rules of decorum, and meeting interruption procedures. To discuss the meeting time, there is a proposed new section 2.8, which would end the meetings at 10 a.m., which could be extended by motion by approval of the majority. And any such motion would need to identify the length of extension. As to the topic relating to public comments, there is a proposed new section 2.3.3.3. And the public comments are proposed to be limited to 1 hour for both on-site and virtual attendees. Each person will be given 3 minutes. If more than 20 people are signed up, the time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person. Continuing in the public comments amendments, a new section 2.3.3.3, it's very long, I apologize. At the beginning of the public comments, the mayor will be presented with the information of how many people have signed up so that the accurate time limit will be allocated. The mayor may alternate between on-site speakers or virtual. And if there is time remaining in the hour limitation, the mayor may ask in-person audience if they would like to speak with the same per speaker limit. Under public comments, additional sections and amendments is simply adding that new rules of decorum and new rules relating to interruptions would apply to public comments, and that these rules can be suspended with a majority vote of the council. I want it to reboot. That will take forever. I'm trying to get to it, but every time I do, it disappears. Thank you.
Okay, this might be a good time to take a 2-minute break to troubleshoot.
We'll come back to order, please.
I'm waiting for the city clerk.
Oh, I thought it was cleared up. I think we're good.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I will keep going as long as I can. Additional amendments to the public hearings would be to emphasize that the commenters are to focus on the topic at hand, that there is a limit of 90 minutes for verbal comments or testimony, with each person being given 3 minutes. If more than 30 people are signed up for a public hearing, then the time limit will be reduced to 2 minutes per person. And at the beginning of each public or the beginning of the hearing,
The mayor will be informed of how many people, so the correct time limit will be applied. Continuing with public hearings, again, similar to the public comments, the presiding can alternate between on-site or virtual commenters. And if time remains, then the mayor can ask in-person audience if anyone else would like to testify. Revising sections 8.2.5 to encourage written testimony at all public hearings, identifying where the written testimony can be sent to, and that it needs to be submitted before 12 p.m. on the day of any public hearing. And also that the new rules of decorum and procedures for interruptions would apply at public hearings. A new rule for public or rules of decorum is proposed for new section 8.3. It begins just noting that all persons are welcome to participate in city council meetings, regardless of which side of issue they may be on. And the rules are there to create an environment that is welcoming, free of intimidation and coercion, and ensures that the city's business meeting, because these are business meetings, are conducted in an efficient, orderly, and effective manner. So I was told by the clerk's office that there's a lot of words on this text, so I will really try to edit. But essentially, the rules state that persons who participate in a council meeting must not engage in conduct that interrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. And examples of such disruptive conduct could be addressing the city council when it's in session, when they're not recognized by the presiding officer, which is the mayor, to speak or via public comments. Failure of a speaker to comply with allotted time established under the rules. Conduct such as whistling, hand clapping, stomping of feet, hissing, booing, cheering, you see it, kind of outbursts that interrupt, disrupt the flow of the meeting, interrupting other speakers who have been recognized to speak, loud speech above a conversational level, which again interrupts a meeting, waving signs or standing in ways that obstructs the view of other attendees. So you have the disruptions, and then there's a new section proposed for procedures if a meeting is interrupted by a person or groups of people to render the orderly conduct of the meeting unfeasible. Order may be restored by the removal of an individual. Under the proposed rules, the presiding officer may issue verbal warnings about potential removal. The mayor would also have additional options such as calling for a recess, ending public comment portion of the meeting and proceeding directly to the next meeting agenda item, asking the council for a motion to continue the public hearing, if it's a public hearing, to another date or time, or terminating the testimony at a public hearing and extending the public hearing for submittal of written comments. And continuing with this process, if a meeting is continuing to be interrupted and disrupted where the orderly conduct cannot be established, then the council would have the following options. They could, by motion of a majority, order the meeting room cleared, and then after it's cleared, continue in session. They could establish a procedure to readmit individuals who are not responsible for disturbing the orderly conduct of that meeting. They could adjourn the meeting and reconvene at another location selected by the council. For either of those, either clearing or the adjournment to a new relocation, final disposition by the council would only be taken on matters that appeared on the agenda, and representatives of the press and media would be allowed to attend unless they were participating in the disturbance. Well, before that, I just wanted to apologize. I don't have a summary of the proposed amendments simply because my PowerPoint was done beforehand, so I apologize for that. I'm happy for any question, or happy to answer any questions if you have some.
All right, do we have any questions for the city attorney? If we don't have any questions, we can move the motion and then start discussion. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve proposed agenda number 24-411, amending the city council rules and procedures.
I'll move it so we can start discussion.
Motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on proposed resolution 24-411. I would like to move my amendment number 1 that I sent out to folks last night that got published this afternoon. Amendment number 1 would remove the 60-minute and 90-minute. Well, actually, I just want to move the amendment first, then I'll speak to it.
Second.
All right. Yeah, I like a lot of folks, I heard from folks about that. And as somebody who, you know, before I was sitting at this dais, I was sitting in that audience for a long time. And I was somebody who took public involvement and transparency seriously, to the point where I feel like I can claim credit for that camera over in the corner there so that folks can watch the meetings at home. And I believe I'm a big reason why we still have hybrid participation. I think public involvement is extremely important to us doing our business and making the right decisions. And I was hearing from folks that, you know, what happens if you're the 21st person who signs up, you're not able to speak, and that didn't seem fair to me. So that's why I moved this amendment to take away the overall times for both. Yeah, that's why I moved that amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? Deputy Mayor?
I genuinely appreciate the amendment that you took time to remove the limitations that were added in. As a member of this council for 4 years, I really value public comment, and I recognize that we've had a couple of meetings where meetings ran late, but I have to say every word that our community has brought forward has been very important. And the only, and I understand the option to reduce to 2 minutes, but I don't think we need to do that. I actually would support keeping it at 3 minutes and removing the automatic reduction to 3 minutes, because I think as community members come forward, we have finally, I mean, it's ironic, I ran both campaigns, Your Voice Matters, and I had this dream of great public participation. And I am so thankful to finally see our community showing up like this. And I heard things this evening exactly about what we want: collaborative participation where people feel their voices matter. And I want more. I may not always agree with everything that's said, but I can share with you. I listen, and I'm informed by your ideas and concepts, and they do shape my decisions. So I would prefer to leave it at 3 minutes rather than an automatic reduction. And so I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Shripnick.
I actually thought this was a nice compromise. I mean, the goal is to hear from as many people as possible. And I think when we have, 40, 50, 60, in the case of December 11th, 90 people sign up, it's not super realistic to keep people up like we did. I didn't think that was fair to our audience. Most of us also start work early the next morning. I start work at 7:30. So I actually like moving down to 2 minutes so that we can hear from more people. I was always told, elevator speech is 1 minute, so 2 minutes seems pretty generous. But I know that will cause people to have to adjust their testimony, and that's not always easy, but I think, again, we're trying to kind of balance, time and trying to hear from people. And so I think this is a good way to compromise.
Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? All right, seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on amendment number 1?
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The amendment carries.
Next, I'd like to move proposed amendment number 2. I think part of the reason why there was well, first I'll move amendment 2 and then I'll talk to it. Sorry. I'd like to move amendment number 2.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. So the reason why I believe that section was put in, asking people to sign in for, against, or other if they wanted to, was to, in case, I believe that was put in conjunction with the previous provisions with the time limit. And so it would give us a sense of the temperature of folks that weren't able to fit in the 90 minutes or in the 90 minutes for public hearings. Now that that time limit has been removed, I don't think people should have to sign in. I think people can identify if they would like to, but I don't see any reason to force it. I just think it's could be a useful tool, but that's why I proposed amendment number 2. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on amendment number 2?
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the amendment carries.
All right, that brings us back to the main motion then. Amended proposed resolution 24-411. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, I gave some thought to 2.8 regarding the 10 p.m. end time. I'm still in agreement with that because there is an exception which grants the council the option to extend. And I think we've really got to be cognizant of reading the room and seeing what the needs of our citizens are going to be, try to be up on that. And if we don't, then the remedy is going to be whether we get back here into these seats. Gives the voters the power. So I'm comfortable with that 2.8 as it is.
Councilmember Shrubnik and then Councilmember Lutsis.
Yeah, I completely agree with Councilmember Marshall. And I also hope that I think several members of the public also commented on, trying to get the public comment as close to that 7 o'clock, start time as we possibly can. There are times, when we have to do swearing in or we have to do something that precedes it. But I think, December 11th was a good example of where public comment and particularly the hearing didn't happen for an awfully long time. And I hope we can strive to manage the agendas so that we can avoid that if at all possible. But I do concur with Councilmember Marshall, and when we need to extend, we'll extend. I mean, it's a simple majority, so I think it'll be used pretty liberally.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Yes, actually, I think we're all under the assumption that anything that doesn't happen by the end of the meeting in 2.8 would be moved to the next meeting, but I think it would be good to put that in writing as well. So I would be in favor of proposing an amendment maybe under 2.8.1, which reads agenda items not completed when having reached the end of meeting in 2.8 shall be moved to the agenda of the next regular or special meeting.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second on the amendment. Did the clerk get the language on that?
I did not. Would you kindly repeat your motion?
Of course. 2.8.1, agenda items not completed when having reached the end of meeting in 2.8, in reference to 2.8, shall be moved to the agenda of the next regular or special meeting.
Any discussion on the proposed amendment?
Would you confirm who seconded that amendment?
I seconded the amendment.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on the amendment?
On the third amendment, Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. The amendment carries.
Did you have any further comments?
I do, and that kind of in relation to that, maybe some matching, or I guess language that would represent that under the public hearings section specifically, that might clarify some questions. I was thinking about potentially public hearings that conflict with the end of meeting in 2.8 shall continue at the next regular or special meeting. Public commenters shall continue to be offered an opportunity to comment in the order as having signed up during the initial meeting. No new spoken comment sign-up shall be accepted, but written comment will still be accepted and encouraged.
You have that in written form you could send over to the clerk?
I do. I have both
Okay.
in written form, yes.
Yes, please send that over to Anastasia and Michelle.
Of course.
I'll second. Is that a motion?
Yes, a proposed amendment.
Yeah, I'll second that. Any discussion on the proposed motion, the proposed amendment? Councilor Marshall.
Apologize. Could you read it again, please?
Yes,
Slower.
of course, yeah, and I'll go a little bit slower. I think this might show up as, say, 8.2.10, which is the next one under there. Public hearings that conflict with the end of meeting in 2.8 shall continue at the next regular or special meeting. Public commenters shall continue to be offered an opportunity to comment in the order as having signed up during the initial meeting. No new spoken comment signups shall be accepted, but written comment will still be accepted and encouraged.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Are we in discussion?
We're in discussion on
Okay.
the amendment, yes.
I just want to make sure, I'm supportive of this in concept. I just want to make sure that, like, do we get, I'm just thinking that, you know, people who sign up, do we know how to contact them necessarily? The feasibility issue is what I'm trying to get at.
No, we can't guarantee that we have everyone's contact information. Some people may choose not to disclose that, and that's their prerogative. There's also the consideration of publication notifications required for public hearings.
Okay, we do ask for contact information on the signups?
We ask for a city of residence and sometimes an email address. That's optional.
Okay, thanks.
Our city attorney has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As to the public notice of public hearings, the council has the opportunity by state law to continue a public hearing by motion to date and time specific. And once you do that, there's very specific notices, you post it, but you don't need to republish it. So if that occurrence happens, I would request such a motion at that time.
Okay. Councilor Lutsis, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to address Councilmember Shrubnik's comment. Yeah, you know, I chose the word offered in the sense that if they choose to come back and take up that position, they can. I mean, I think it would kind of go along with how we already hold it, where it says public hearing on the agenda, and then maybe we just retain the same sign up form and call it out as we normally would during the meeting. It just picks up where we left off. So maybe not directly reaching out to those folks, but allowing them the opportunity to comment if they still wish.
Councilmember Sassen.
I appreciate the thoughtful and specific nature of this Councilmember Lutz's proposition. I want to make sure that we are not having this be in lieu of prioritizing pulling public comment towards the beginning of the meeting time.
This specific proposal does not address moving up or where to place it on the agenda. It would, in my consideration of these amendments with a 10 p.m. end time, I mean, it leaves a reasonable amount of time wherever that is. And if we won't be having meetings that go until 2 a.m., but wherever that next opportunity is to public comment, it's still at a reasonable time.
Deputy Mayor?
Oh, not on this. I think Nathan, Councilmember Lutz still has a few items.
Well, we're still on the amendment that was offered, so.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to continuing public hearings? Offered by Councilmember Lutz. Any further discussion?
I'm having trouble saving this and sending it to the city clerk. I apologize. The things that I'd written out.
You having issues with email or?
I'm not sure if it's Wi-Fi and just connection and something. So can I give it to you? Is that possible? I will bring it over to you. Yes.
We're going old school. All right, seeing no further discussion on the amendment. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On amendment number 4, Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. The amendment carries.
All right, that brings us back to the amended main motion. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I have two items on the remainder of the motion. I'll just start with, I'm just going to go on experience. It's rare that our meetings went past 11 p.m. I actually think 11 p.m. is a more appropriate stop time to reevaluate, to extend. So I would move that we change that to 11 p.m. rather than 10, because
Before we discuss it,
yeah.
we need to get a.
Yeah.
So your motion, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Where's that section?
2.8.1 was it?
2.8. End of meeting, city council meeting shall not extend beyond 10. So your motion is to change that to 11?
Yes.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on 10 versus 11.
May I?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
So in the 4 years on council, it was rare that meetings went past 11. They usually went to about 10:30, 10:45, occasionally past 11. I think that it's really important that we recognize how robust and full our schedules are. I know that we have the option to extend, but the appearance to me is better to just move it to 11 p.m. We have that much work to do. Thank you.
I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's amendment. I personally would like to stick with 10 o'clock, not because I want to end meetings at 10 o'clock, but because I think that's a healthy time for us just to do an internal check-in. That's how I've always kind of viewed in other cities and other legislative bodies I've seen that have an end time. It's more of a time for the body just to check in and say, hey, we've got 2 more things on the agenda. Do we want to plow through that, or do we want to call it a night? And I do think it is asking a lot, not just for the council, because we signed up for this, but I think it's a lot to ask the public who's at home or is in the audience to stick around that late sometimes. I think that's I think it really does get into public access and public transparency when meetings go past people's bedtimes. But that said, I would fully expect that most of the time we would extend meetings as we normally have done. In my time on council, there's a handful of times when we've gotten to the point where we've said, you know what, we've got 2 things left. We're not going to get to them. We're going to bump those to the next meeting. Most of the time we would go through, but I think 10 p.m. at least from where I'm standing is a good point to at least have that internal check and then decide whether we want to extend or not. Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, I concur with Mayor Herbig, and I just want to say, in addition to us in the audience, staff as well. So those are all considerations, and I also agree. It's a checkpoint. It is not saying we are necessarily, if we have important things to talk about or we have a lot of public comment, that we're going to actually stop. I think it's a checkpoint.
Councilmember Lutz.
Yeah, I'd be in agreement with that same sort of concept, especially now understanding that we have that potential amendment that would just pick up everything the next meeting over. So I anticipate that we would likely extend the first time through, but if we don't, it's not that anything is going away. And I just conceptually thinking 3 versus 4 hours in terms of asking people to wait and stick around can be a lot, especially if folks have kids at home or work the next morning. So that's why I'd be in favor of the 10 p.m.
Councilmember Sassen.
I'm also in support of maintaining at 10 o'clock because I think it fosters discipline among the council. I think it takes the focus off of, I'm gonna not finish that sentence. I think it encourages discipline.
Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, I thought that the 11 p.m. or at least one hour more was at least a significant factor in allowing more time and allowing more time for the public to comment. I originally thought, why not make it midnight? But anyway, I do support at least an 11 with the flexibility.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I would veer toward 11, all things equal. I think we've had a lot of folks who say that they want more time, and given that we think that's going to cover a lot of it, I think that's a good place to start, but perfectly reasonable arguments both ways.
Any further discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
Thank you. On amendment number 5, Councilmember Shrubnik.
Could you please restate it just so that we're all on the same page?
Amendment number 5 proposes to change the ending time from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
Councilmember Lutz.
No.
With enough votes in favor, the amendment carries.
All right, that brings us back to the main amended motion. Councilmember O'Kane.
I just wanted to open up a discussion, if we could, on moving public comment forward. When I started on council, it was one of the first things that I thought we should do. I understand that we have business that comes before, and we have people come in from out of, come in to provide presentations, staff. I recognize the importance of these meetings, but I wanted to hear from council our feelings about the timing of public comment on our agendas. As a community member before, as I came in, I really felt like, why do we have to wait? And as I was on the council, it's like, I understand that public comment can go longer and disrupt business. At the same time, we are wanting to hear from our community, and I think it is incredibly important to have this discussion. If we and if we don't do that, at least give some, if there are presentations, to have estimates of how long the presentations will be prior to public comment. But I'd really like to understand where our council feels about this, because it is really important for our community to be heard, and to be heard at the front end of our meetings.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, in section 2, it is the order of business, and it looks like it is the third thing, which is, that should suggest that it is very quick after the call to order. And I just feel like we're not somehow recognizing all of the things that we've moved into position before it. There's some, so I guess I'm maybe asking staff for some clarification, or maybe the mayor, since you're involved with agenda setting. I'm not sure who I'm asking here.
Mr. City Manager, did you want to speak to that at all, or?
I need to see the
the section we're talking about?
Yeah, it's page 3, section 2, order of business. I think the question is, because it does show call to order, agenda approval, public comments. I think some of the questions have to do with where presentations fall in the meeting. Because they aren't actually called out in the order of business.
Yeah, if you want to make that, if you want to clarify that in the rules, you certainly can. Sometimes you'll have a guest that's that you may want to give the time to at the beginning, but it's really up to you.
I would move that we move public comment before guest speakers.
Councilor Shrubnik?
Yeah, I'm going to second that for the purpose of discussion. I guess it's an interesting quandary because we do have presenters and we have invited them for particular things. As long as we're letting them know that they are after public comment and we're not sure how, when we invite them, I just want to be respectful of them as well. So as long as we start doing that routinely, then I would be happy to move them.
Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second to change to put ensure that presentations fall after public comment. Councilor Sassen?
I just wonder if we're not partially conflating public comment with public testimony, because I think on December 11th,
Public
the
hearing?
public hearing,
Yeah.
I feel like the issue with December 11th was that we had public hearing that was starting at 10:20. And I just want to make sure that we're clear about that and our decision reflects what we mean.
Yeah, very specific to public comment, not public hearing. Thank you.
Any other comments on the proposed amendment? Councilor Shrubnik, was that a hand?
Possibly. I mean, I'm supportive of this, but I want to take up Councilmember Sassen's point, and maybe that's a separate.
That is a separate
discussion.
All right. We have an amendment in front of us that, and correct me if I'm putting this incorrectly, would probably insert something, say, a new 2.4 that would say presentations and then renumber the subsequent sections, thus putting presentations after public comment. Is that in line with what you're proposing, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On amendment number 6, to specify in the council rules, the public comment segment would occur before guest speaker / presentation segment in future agendas. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. Amendment carries.
All right, that brings us back to the main, very amended motion at this point. Any further discussion on the main motion? Councilmember Shrubnik?
I was hoping maybe Councilmember Sassen would pick it up. I do want to figure out how do we get to public hearings also more quickly. And I don't immediately have an answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking for myself as somebody who helps put together these agendas, I mean, the one thing we might be able to do is just say that they go in at the top of the business agenda. We do have to get through, there's other things that we have to get through usually, but we could just ensure that they're at the top of the business agenda if we have public hearings. Would that satisfy you? Okay, Councilmember Marshall?
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, a positive step. And also, again, we can try to really be cognizant of what the presence of the public is and what we can do to accommodate it before, other presentations, maybe when we ask, when the mayor asks, are there any amendments to the agenda or changes to the agenda? We can bring it up then too.
Totally fair. Any other comments? Actually, do we have a motion in front of us to do that? I would entertain a motion, the chair would entertain a motion to specify that public hearings go at the top at the beginning of business agendas.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On amendment number 7, Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. The amendment carries.
All right, back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, just some broad thoughts on this in general. Running on civic engagement, there's a lot of important principles here. I still broadly support these limits. I think they're a facet of kind of a larger problem with engagement, which I want to look at revising more comprehensively. For example, our council rules specifically call on us to refrain from discussing council business on social media. That's for good reason, public records, but it becomes an issue inhibiting some of the back and forth. So I admire and salute the tenacity of the community for staying until 3 o'clock in the morning to feel like their voices were heard, but that shouldn't be a requirement. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, my comment is related to making sure that we're not too reactive when we're taking action on the dais. It is incredibly important that when our community comes out and speaks up and shares their voices for the first time, it took many years. Now we've had several meetings with several people in chairs and online. We still have 33 people online and the number of people in this room. And this is a change, and it's an important change. And I can understand now, we actually had some concerns about time limits, about comment and meetings and order, the things that we're discussing now. So it was before that meeting. One of the most important things is decorum in these chambers. That was a big meeting for all of us, the people in attendance, as well as those of us on the dais and staff. People have been working really hard, you in the community, staff, and us. And so out of respect for each of us, really, it's important to be mindful of how we come here. Your voices do matter. They make a difference. We hear you. I can share with you the voices that came out today bolstered my voice to speak on behalf of things that I thought were very important, because there are very few places in government where we get to raise our voices and feel like we have a chance at making a difference. Local government is a place that we can do that. And I really want to see more. We're doing really amazing things, and we want it to be collaborative, not adversarial. We want you to hear where we're coming from, not think we're hiding in rooms or doing crazy things, I mean, not, but I'm just saying, we really care. And we don't want a project that's been on the books for 18 months to come as a surprise to our community. We care, and you being here gives you context for where we're coming from, an opportunity to be heard. So I want to thank you, and I encourage you to keep coming. Come for things you're not interested in. We really need to hear from you. I'm not kidding. I mean, and we really want to bring the joy. We have wonderful staff, really amazing elected officials. I'm thankful for each of you. And so I just want to provide that context here. It's really important for us not to appear too reactive when we're making decisions and related to free speech, which is actually at risk in our nation right now. And I will not go on to talk about that. But thank you for being here.
Any further discussions? Yeah, I just want to reiterate what the deputy mayor said too. When I first started coming to council meetings and like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years before I ran for office, more than once I was the only person sitting in the back watching what was going on. And I realized that we had a brand new city hall and we weren't live streaming the meetings and people weren't able to make it. And I sat in the back and live tweeted the meetings because I thought it was important that folks were able to access what was going on here, even if they couldn't be here in person, because I know how difficult it is for people to be here at 7 o'clock on a Monday, although it's Tuesday today. But I know how difficult it is for folks with lives and things going on to participate in their local government. So, you know, I appreciate they're all here. I appreciate you're all here on the 11th. And we want to continue making sure that folks can have their voices heard, which is part of why we did this. And part of why, you know, to reiterate what the deputy mayor said too about decorum, that is extremely important because I've heard from many folks who were at our meeting on the 11th who felt unsafe or unwelcome or unable to participate because of how they felt in the room. And, you know, as much as we all may have our differences and our differences of opinion, we're all here at the end of the day because we care about the city, because we want Kenmore to be better, because we want it to be a great place for us to raise our families in. That's why we're all here. That's why you're all here. And I think we all recognize that. And that also means, though, that when folks come to, you know, council meetings who may disagree with the majority of the folks in person, that they're able to, you know, express themselves in a way and feel safe and feel like they're welcome and included in the discussion. And I definitely heard from some folks who didn't feel that way after the last meeting. I as the chair of the meeting, I apologize that anybody was at the meeting and didn't feel like they were welcome to participate, because these public meetings should be open to whoever wants to come and participate, and everybody should be able to have their voice heard and considered before decisions are made. So that is part of why we did some of the work around the decorum, because we do need council chambers to be a place that everybody feels safe and welcome in. Any further discussion on the resolution as amended? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to approve resolution number 24-411 as amended, Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik. Yes. Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
All in favor, the resolution is approved.
All right, next on the agenda, since we moved things around a little bit, is original item B, Love Relive Project Community Engagement Phase 1 and approval of Phase 2 and next steps. Presented by City Manager Rob Carlenzi, Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash, and most importantly, Communications Specialist Lauren Homiak. It wasn't the same without you at 3 a.m. Actually, if folks don't mind, I did notice it is pushing 9 o'clock. Would you have any issues if we just take a quick 5-minute stretch break? All right. Kenmore City Council will stand at ease until 9 o'clock.
And this message is for all of our virtual guests joining us. We're so glad that you're with us tonight. I did want to note, as always, that if you encounter any technical difficulties on your end, or if we have any on our end, you're absolutely welcome to join us on site. And we will have a full recording of the meeting available to everybody tomorrow. So again, if there's technical difficulties where you are or where we are, you're welcome to join the meeting on site.
Council will return to order. We are on item B in the business agenda, Love Where You Live Project Community Engagement, Phase 1 and approval of Phase 2 and next steps presented by City Manager Rob Carlindsey, Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash, and Communications Specialist Lauren Homiak.
Testing. Hello. Good evening. Thank you for having us and welcome to our new council members. My name is Lauren Homiak. I'm the communication specialist here at the City of Kenmore. And I'm very excited to be in front of you tonight presenting an update on the Love Where You Live project, our community engagement efforts to date with this project. So tonight we'll be reviewing our Phase 1 community engagement outreach efforts and what we did this summer, and then also laying out our plan for Phase 2 and next steps. So a little bit of background and purpose of this project. The Love Where You Live project is a year-long community engagement effort that we kicked off last summer, June of 2023. And the goal of the project was to gather as much broad feedback from the community on their values and priorities for the future of Kenmore with no specific agenda. Our target audience was anyone who works, lives, or plays in Kenmore. And we were really inspired by this book, Dream, Play, Build, and the community engagement efforts that are laid out in this book. And some of the main takeaways from the book are giving the public the opportunity to weigh in on a project before it's a baked cake. So before plans have been decided on, and really some basic, more broad feedback. And then also this idea that when you give the public the opportunity to build something with their hands, it actually activates a different part of their brain that allows them to think a little bit more creatively and be a little bit more visionary as they think about the future of our city. So we implemented that idea with our Love Where You Live booth, and we actually had an activity in the booth where you had all these found objects. So hair curlers and clay and pipe cleaners, and we had different prompts, as you can see here, and people were asked to build something with their hands for what they wanted to see for the future of Kenmore. And like I said, the goal was to engage with just as many people as possible and ask what they think. So tonight we're going to do an overview of the engagement that we've done. And first, we set up the Love Where You Live project booth at 22 different events this summer. We were at farmers markets, at the summer concerts, we were at the Juneteenth event, we were just out at parks on busy days. We were at Clawwood East and Log Boom Park, and also outside Safeway one afternoon. And we spoke to 759 different participants at those 22 booths and collected their ideas as they participated in this kind of funky hands-on activity. We also had an accompanying online survey that was open to everyone, and we asked very similar broad questions about priorities for the future of Kenmore. And with the online survey, we received 145 responses. So in total this summer, we heard from 904 people, and we received over 1,100 total responses and ideas. And the last piece of this phase 1 of engagement is a statistically valid community survey that took place in December, but I will talk about that a little bit more in detail later. There is the booth. You can see in action and an example of someone's built item. So first, we're talking a lot about outreach and engagement tonight, and I just want to thank the Kenmore community who showed up this summer and participated in this activity. I was at most of the booths. Stephanie was there, Rob was there, a lot of staff was there, and we just had a really great, energizing, invigorating time connecting with residents, talking in the sunshine out in the open, and it was a really positive experience. So I just want to thank the community for coming up to the booth, being willing to take a few minutes to talk to us and really give us some amazing ideas. So you can see, again, those found objects and what people were building in our booth. I also just want to take a quick moment to thank Wyatt Rector. She was our summer intern. She's an Inglemoor graduate and currently at the University of Alabama. That's her in the top right corner at Log Boom Park. And she just did a really excellent job supporting the project this summer. So thank you to her. So we had all this feedback, 1,100 responses, and we had to do something with it. And we were lucky enough to partner with UW-Bothell. And we were connected with a group of students that are part of the business project management class. And we handed over the students this huge stack of the data that we had collected, and we asked them to organize, analyze, and synthesize the data into a presentation. These students were incredibly capable and thorough. I'm so appreciative of the work. And they came up with team tenets for their project that I just thought were worth sharing. So their goals were to prioritize and emphasize the needs of the community of Kenmore, to commit to accuracy, only highlighting what is important, and to adhere to transparency. So they were able to categorize these 1,100 responses and created a presentation of all the results. So I just want to also take a moment to thank them, and I want to thank them by name because this was a really big project. And there's the photo of them, but thank you to Aurelia, Sahej, Bani, Aiden, Muhammad, Abdul, Kayla, Gary, Miriam, and Jetty for their collaborative work on this project. And we're so grateful for our partnership with UW-Bothell. We've had a couple really successful projects with them. And so tonight we're going to share the 10 categories that these students put all these different ideas into and explore the top 2 themes that emerged from what we heard this summer. So here are the top 10 categories or themes that the students created to organize all the responses we collected. And as you can see, the #1 theme that emerged was community spaces with over 24% of the responses. #2 is economic development. 3 was environmental stewardship, then transportation, housing and affordability, safety, art and beautification, community events, DEIA, and et cetera, which is the category of ideas that didn't really fit anywhere else. So like I said, we're going to dive into these top 2 categories of community spaces and economic development. So for community spaces, the #1 category we heard about with over 24% of the responses. This theme highlighted the community's desire to have more places to connect with each other and to connect as a community. Some of the top wish list items that were brought up were a community pool. We heard that one repeatedly. More parks and playgrounds, sports facilities, a dog park, Lake Point development, more spaces like Log Boom and the Hangar, and requests for a community center and a real splash pad. The other category included different types of responses that were hard to put in other categories, such as a community kitchen and more quiet public workspaces. All right, the second top emerging theme was economic development with 245 total responses in that category. And this category highlights the community's desire to see more business and shopping options in Kenmore. Dining was the #1 topic brought up, including community members asking for more sit-down and family-friendly restaurants, and residents commenting that they don't want to feel the need to travel to Waffle or other areas over Kenmore for eating and shopping. The second and third subcategories were about further developing areas like Lake Point and downtown to provide spaces for these businesses to succeed. The additional subcategories included requests for additional grocery options, more retail shopping, and development that would provide experiences and entertainment. And it was summertime, but I want to point out that we heard from enough people about an ice cream shop that it got its own category, which I thought was funny. So tonight we're wrapping up the first phase of community engagement for this project. And we wanted to show you those categories and kind of what we've done so far. And those top 2 categories made up about half of the total responses we heard this summer. I also want to point out that the third category, environmental stewardship, supports a lot of the climate action work that our staff is already working on and implementing. So it was nice to see a lot of community commentary and support for that work. We received the full report from UW-Bothell students just at the end of December as they were wrapping up their quarter with all the categorized responses, all 1,100 of them, and I will be happy to share the full report with the council staff and the public very soon. And then the last piece of the first phase of engagement is a statistically valid survey that was administered by EMC Research in December last month. This survey also asked more broad questions about the goals and priorities of our community members. And we did that methodically so that we had some statistically valid data that we could compare to our information that we collected this summer that was certainly more qualitative. So EMC heard from over 300 residents in December and that are representative of our community's demographics. And I want to thank our community members who participated. I know December is a hard time to stop and take a phone call or respond to a text. And so I just appreciate that we were able to wrap that up before the end of the year. And we are getting those results and we'll be excited to share them with the community very soon as well. So that concludes what we've done so far for the Love Where You Live project. And I'm now going to pass it over to Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash so she can talk about our next steps of our proposed Phase 2 outreach plan and a few ideas that we have moving forward that we're hoping to get your approval on tonight. Thank you.
I just want to commend Lauren because she has done, can't you tell? She's done an incredible amount of work and I'm so proud. And thank you for mentioning Wyatt Rector, our intern this last summer. So many city staff volunteered at the booth. And it was, I think many of you came by, council members and members of our community participated in that. But it shouldn't be understated how much work and professionalism and just the level of effort that Lauren puts in every day. And you can see it in this effort. So just want to acknowledge her leadership on this work. So as we look to what's next, and we think about Phase 2 of the Love Where You Live project, we are planning to do another statistically valid survey in March. So we'll be following up the survey that she just talked about, and we'll look at some of the emerging themes that came out of that first survey, and then some workshops that I'll talk about in a second. But I think it's really important that we're doing 2 of them because I think it will help provide a really thorough picture about what our community is asking for. So we are planning 3 community workshops, and we heard really clearly that we'd want to do these out in the community, so at local schools, and I believe we have some information. You want to tell us where we're zooming in that we were just talking today about?
Yeah, dates are tentative, but we are hoping to be at the Kenmore Community Club, tentatively February 1st. Actually, Kenmore Middle School is more appropriate place for us to meet. So we'll be doing Kenmore Middle School the first week of February and then also at Arrowhead Elementary. And we are finalizing the date on that. I'm hoping to be able to start promoting it publicly very early next week once we have contracts in place for those dates.
So we're really excited about that. I think that will be really helpful. And we'll focus on finding out a lot more about those top themes that Lauren mentioned at those workshops in person. And then as we move forward, as you saw, it was fascinating to see how certain themes emerged from our community. And we really want to look at some community partnerships around both community spaces and economic development as they emerge. And that includes the Lake Point property. So wanting to move forward, have some conversations with that property owner and potential developers and explore options for that property and what might make sense there. And then also host some downtown development discussions. And the Urban Land Institute is working with our team at the city on a potential workshop in March around focusing some expertise and outside help to look at our downtown and what might make sense. And so we're excited about that possible partnership as well. And you'll hear more about that soon. So the plan would be to have the workshops in late January, February out in the community, do another survey in March, and then come back to you in April with next steps based on what we learned from that proposed outreach. So there is a motion in front of you. I won't read it, but it's basically, we're looking for approval to move forward with phase 2 as proposed and to come back with you in April.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the Love Where You Live Project Community Engagement Phase 2 and direct the city manager to further explore the top themes, including economic development, including Lake Point and downtown development and community spaces. This includes engaging with the Lake Point property owner, possible developers, and downtown property owners, as well as hosting downtown development discussions and exploring downtown development partnerships and bringing forth options for future council considerations as part of this phase 2 engagement. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Stassen.
I have a question about the Urban Land Institute workshop. Who will that be including?
So the Urban Land Institute is an organization. So Todd Hall from our team and community development has experience in his work in a previous jurisdiction working with them. So basically what it is they have experts, architects and real estate developers and people who have worked on downtown development who come into a community. You pay a fee. They selected us, so we've been selected. So now we're working out the details. But they come into our community, and so we would be defining an area for them to look at, and then they would come in and they would take a look. So they would spend 2 days with us, kind of visually look at the space, walk the space, and then meet with stakeholders. So we would identify, and we're in the process of thinking through who those would be. But obviously, the Kenmore Business Alliance would be important, and other downtown business owners. And then they would come up after they spend 2 days with us with a report and recommendations for economic development in that kind of downtown development set of recommendations. So I think it's an exciting opportunity, and I've never done it before, but I think it will be really fun and an opportunity for Kenmore to get expertise from outside of our city and people who've done this before and who can advise us in ways that we need that kind of expertise to think about how to move forward.
Any other questions for staff or discussion on the motion? And that's Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in briefly, seeing a few different themes here. Big fan of more places to eat, big fan of the pool. I'm rooting for you, Councilmember Marshall. As it pertains to Lake Point, knowing that that's a big and long running sort of this elusive thing that's been out there for decades sort of thing, like do we have any insight if we were talking to owners, potential, sort of thing in the future? Like, is there a particular immediacy to it? Is there like an urgency to kind of get after it soon, or is it sort of too murky to tell at this point, I guess?
Well, I think that's what we want to figure out. I mean, the fact that we heard it so clearly from this community engagement is really telling. I think you probably all hear it as council members. Everyone in Kenmore has an idea about Lake Point and what should happen there. But I think what we're looking for now, it seems like a window of opportunity to do some exploration and have some conversations over the next couple months and come back and talk about what might be possible. So yeah, we're looking to have the council be part of that decision, direct us to do that. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions for staff or discussion on the motion? Deputy Mayor.
I just have a comment. I agree with Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash here with her commendation for you, Lauren. Wow, I mean, this is, I think, the second time I've seen you give a presentation here, maybe third, but each time you've been very impressive. And just, I could feel the passion for what you're doing, the effectiveness of your work, and I'm really thankful that you work for the city of Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? I just want to say that, one of the highlights of my summer is when I get off the bus from work and I walk by and the farmer's market is going and I stop by the farmer's market. And it was always really fun just to see what you had going on in that booth that day. And I had some really interesting conversations with some people, and I appreciate the kind of unorthodox way of getting people into thinking about the city and sharing their dreams for the city with us, because I think it's really important, because as we know, public involvement is not as, it's not as easy as we all like, and finding different ways to go about it, I think, is super important. So I appreciate kind of taking a bit of a flyer on something a little different, and because it's important that we try new things and innovate and see how it works. And the results that we saw here are pretty impressive, I think. So great job, and thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion that you can see on the screen, Deputy Mayor O'Kane?
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis?
Yes.
Councilmember Culver?
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen?
Yes.
Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
With 7 yeses, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, Aquatic Center Feasibility Study presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent, Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim, and NAC Consultants Keith Combs and Brooke Hanley.
Good evening, Council. I believe Garrett, Brooke, and Keith are online. And Brooke and Keith are with the consultants NAC, and they have approximately 15-minute, or hopefully quicker if they can do it, presentation to run through and summarize the results. So clerks, if you can please help get, oh, there they are. Brooke and Keith are online, and then I believe, Brooke, you will be sharing your screen for the presentation. So Mayor, if you're ready for the presentation, yes.
Of course.
And there's Garrett as well. So Brooke, if you could please proceed with the presentation, and if council could hold questions following the presentation. Thank you.
All right, I will share my screen. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us tonight. I am Brooke Hanley from NAC Architecture, and today I am co-presenting with my partner, Keith Combs from NAC. We are both principals in the firm, and our firm specializes in aquatic and rec facility design and feasibility studies. So we're excited to talk about this one with you. I just wanted to do a quick introduction of our team and our partners that we worked with. The cities of Kenmore, Garrett, and Debbie have been great partners in this project. We also worked with city staff from Kirkland, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. We also have some other experts on our team who've helped us along the way, from our business planning consultant, aquatics design, cost estimating, civil engineering, and landscape architect. So we just want to give a nice shout out to everybody who participated, and thank you so much for your time over the last 6 or 7 months. So we want to do a quick overview of how we got here and where we're going. So the 1970s forward thrust pools that were built by King County have begun to age or close in recent years, and so public access to indoor aquatics has been reduced in the North King County area as demand continues to increase for those amenities. So King County has offered some grant funds for cities to study the feasibility of expanding that public access to aquatic facilities, and Kenmore partnered up with Kirkland and then also partnered with Lake Forest Park and Shoreline to obtain 2 grants for the study. And they ended up partnering and compiling their money together to go under this one feasibility study and identified these goals for the study. They wanted to identify potential aquatic center locations within that North King County area, specifically the 4 cities that were partnered for the grant. Evaluate the market demand for an aquatic facility. Develop the design concepts that could then determine the capital and operation cost budgets. So basically, come up with a design and a program that we could then put a budget to as a target. I'm going to turn this over to Keith now.
Yeah, so the feasibility study process included a number of key components. We wanted to look at sites, partnership possibilities, and the market in North King County. As Brooke mentioned, we developed a range of program options that in turn informed concept design options, cost estimates, and operations cost analysis that then allowed us to draw some conclusions and recommendations. I want to call to your attention the first 2 bullets about site identification and partnership assessment. These were the 2 items that really were the biggest challenges, and the 2 items where we spent the most time with the 4 cities representatives that were on our steering committee.
All right, so we're going to kind of give you some of the end results here at the beginning, and then kind of go back through the process to talk about how we ended up with some of these summary items. So we have some opportunities and challenges here. Some of the opportunities are that we have identified some viable sites within the region. The market analysis that was completed suggests 2 to 3 new community aquatic centers could be supported within the area. And then also we have come up with some feasible design concepts with associated budgets for your consideration. Some of the associated challenges is that the city of Kenmore specifically does not currently own a site that could accommodate a center. The funding partnerships between the cities would need some additional definition and agreements. And the aquatic centers are generally expensive to build and operate, and most will require some form of public funding or public fundraising.
So jumping back to the site identification and assessment, there were a number of sites that were identified for evaluation. First, sites were identified through the RFP that we responded to. Others were identified through further discussion, and then through additional exploration, the list expanded a bit. You can see some of the I guess, kind of a summary of the sites that were discussed on the map here on the screen. The criteria that we looked at included whether the site was available, or whether it was city-owned, or whether it was the potential for acquisition by a private party. The site criteria also included what the size of the site, whether it was buildable, including looking at the topography, soil conditions, environmental conditions, all of those things that might affect development costs and constructability. And then we also looked at travel time, considering the traffic and the time that it would take to get from different areas in the region to the specific sites. And once we sort of honed down on a couple of sites, we did take it into a much greater detail and had our civil engineer look at specific civil engineering requirements on the preferred sites. So those 2 sites that were selected for that further study, both by the civil engineer and through other steps in the feasibility study, were the Shoreline Secure Storage Site, and then the site of the North Kirkland Community Center. Recognizing that we're talking to City of Kenmore right now and this Kenmore City Council. We did look at a number of sites specifically in Kenmore and specifically downtown Kenmore. Through that process, there were no sites that were identified through the process that really rose to the top to the point where we could take those sites on for further study. Those sites that we looked at and identified did have significant challenges, both in acquisition and potential further development. With the Shoreline and Kirkland sites that we did evaluate further, both of these sites were city-owned. They were the right size. They were essentially buildable and really maybe our reasonable travel distance from Kenmore if partnership with Kenmore is a consideration. Like I mentioned, we did look at Kenmore sites, and again, the big hurdle there was the land purchase or acquisition of a site in Kenmore for a project like this. I did want to mention too that one of the sites that we looked at for Kenmore was the St. Edward State Park site. The Carol Ann Wald Pool is an existing building there. It's been closed for many years. The website says that there is that the owners have a vision for that existing pool. We did contact representatives of St. Edward State Park recently, and they said they have no immediate plans for the pool for either guest or community use. So there was that contact that was made. So sort of intertwined with the site identification, site assessment process was considering city partnerships and how the cities might work together to develop one or more projects on the sites that we looked at. Again, as Brooke mentioned, there were a couple of that the way that the grants were pursued by Kenmore, Kenmore partnered with Kirkland for one grant. Kenmore also partnered with Lake Forest Park and Shoreline for another grant. And so we were asked specifically to look at sites and that would be in alignment with those two grant pursuits and partnerships with those specific organizations of cities. And through that process, it was clear that, or I guess the potential for a facility at the Shoreline Secure Storage Site with a partnership in Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline, that was an option. A partnership with Kirkland on a project at the North Kirkland Community Centers, that was also an option. And then we also recognized that partnerships with either of those city groups could happen in downtown Kenmore if a site were available. Just to mention, as part of the study, a partnership with Lake Forest Park and Shoreline alone was not seen as viable. Both Shoreline and Lake Forest Park felt like they needed at least another partner in order to do something that was viable. Kirkland has been and was in the midst of pursuing a project on their own during the course of our study. Near the conclusion of our study in December, a proposition that they had on their ballot to support our Kirkland only recreation aquatic facility did not receive the support they were hoping for. So Kirkland is now sort of still in this game of considering a partnership with at least Kenmore or others.
All right, so one of the other components Keith mentioned was the market analysis. So once we had narrowed down the potential sites within the area, we did a market analysis that identified the service areas. And so this map here shows 3 overlapping red blobs, for lack of a better term, that essentially show a 10-minute drive time from each of the 3 selected sites. And we will say that that's under ideal circumstances for a 10-minute drive time. So that gives you an idea of where each central center would be located and how far out that primary service area could reach. The market potential index is one of the indicators that we look for an area to support swimming. And in this area, swimming is a 3 to 6% higher than average desirable activity than the national average. So there are lots of people who are interested in swimming in this area. Also, when looking at the demographics, population and income levels of the cities would support multiple new aquatic centers under the current market conditions. And that takes into account public and private providers that are around at this time. And so that was something that I mentioned early on. There could be multiple centers here, but many more than 3 would potentially oversaturate this market. And that goes to the last bullet point here. The region is still determined to be deficient in indoor aquatic facilities, whether those are public or private. And so additional water access could be provided. So we wanted to show you the concept programs and some of the graphics that were created for this study and talk a little bit about the different options here. So we created a variety of programmed options, which means different sizes of buildings. So if you just think about, we have a bunch of different sizes of buildings. Most of them are aquatics only facilities. And so this 35,000 to 48,000 square foot facility are aquatics only. In the 58 to 90,000 square foot facilities, they could also include some community fitness or recreation spaces. In Kirkland, the site that was chosen has an existing community center on it, and which is aging out. And so they would like to replace that eventually. And so that is one that we explored. So that will give the cities scalable options depending on the outcome of a community engagement effort. So this was the small version of the building that was located at the Shoreline Secure Storage Site. And you could see that throughout all of these graphics, the pools are really the focus of the projects. And so the architecture is taking a back seat at this point, and we're really focused on how can we access the most amount of pool or water area for the communities. Each of these slides has a projected project cost, which includes soft costs, which are in addition to construction. So it's capital costs, soft costs, and also operations costs. So our business consultant reviewed each of these and provided some operations costs and recovery rates for each of the options. This is the larger facility at the Shoreline site, which includes larger pools and additional amenities. In Kirkland, we also have 2 sizes of buildings, 35,000 and 58,000. And this is the one that I mentioned had a potentially new community center attached with it. And you can see if you look at the recovery rates, which are how much your expenses versus revenue will be. The larger facilities actually do have a higher cost recovery rate because they are larger. They can support more people coming in every day. So that is the main reason why those are showing as a higher percentage. Oh, Keith, you're muted.
As we mentioned, there definitely are some challenges with development of an aquatic center in the North King County area. We talked about identification of site and partnership possibilities. And all of that, again, is sort of intermixed with funding support of a project or projects and those locations. There have been studies in the past in North King County, tax propositions in the past that have not moved forward. So we recognize it is a challenge. Through this study process, we did draw conclusions and make recommendations for each of the city partners that were part of the study. Specifically for Kenmore, we concluded that Kenmore could develop more defined partnerships to financially support the development of the aquatic centers in the neighboring cities, specifically at the Shoreline Secure Storage Site and the North Kirkland Community Center site. Again, that there's a wide range of what that support might look like, from just basically looking at reduced rates for Kenmore citizens to contributions to capital and or long-term operation costs. In all cases, community engagement, maybe that's, we did get a perfect segue to this, but continue on in some continuing engagement process to determine what the public interest is in pursuing a partnership with the neighboring cities that are part of this study, and some of the options that we had proposed as part of the study. So we recognize that community engagement is very critically important in Kenmore, and so that is again a process that would be a recommendation for a next step. So with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Councilor Marshall.
Yes, thank you. I was very interested in this report, and I think it's very necessary that we conducted it and we did it, though I may not agree with recommendations ultimately, but I respect the work. It's very good work. And I would just note that at the beginning, it talked about the forward thrust pools aging out or closing. I'll also note they have been privatized, most specifically privatized in Bothell with McMinimans, and then apparently privatized up at St. Edwards. So thank you.
Councilor Shubnik.
Yeah, is this discussion as well as questions?
I mean, do we have them?
Well, I mean, just, can
Yeah,
I just
I mean, yes.
make it? Okay. So two things. I would like us to make sure, assuming that we move forward with continued discussions with anybody, that we keep Kenmore sites on the radar, even though we don't own them right today. The potential partnership at St. Ed's, I don't want that to drop off just because it's hard. I still think that should be on the table, stay on the table. And if there are other sites that become available for purchase, I think that should be an option as well. So sites was one. And related to sites, it's showing us with, potentially with Shoreline being a co-owner or with Kirkland being a co-owner, given, I mean, it says it's only 10 minutes away, but I think that's maybe at 11 at night, but I think most of the time it's a lot more for both of those locations. So I guess I would want to make sure we're a junior partner financially if either of those go forward. Certainly not an equal partner. And then the last thing is around partnership, related to that. Because of discussions that occurred with jurisdictions prior to these studies, Bothell wasn't a piece of it, NPRSA wasn't a piece of it, North Shore School District wasn't a piece of it. Any future discussions, I would hope that we would reopen those opportunities to work with those jurisdictions and taxing districts, because I think those would be really key partnerships.
Councilmember Lutz.
I would concur with Councilmember Shrubnik, at least not taking the St. Ed site off the table, especially because we haven't heard from them. I know it was taken or maybe put in the background because we hadn't, but I think, until we do hear from them, it would still be good to consider that. For some sort of partnership, I mean, I do think of the McMinimans pool in Bothell. The city was able to work it out with McMinimans so that Bothell residents have free admission. And so I don't want to rule that out. I mean, as you had presented in the presentation, that one of the biggest expenditures is the creation of the new facilities. And as you had also pointed out, St. Ed's does have an existing structure there. I know that there's more to it than that, but at least at this time, until we at least can connect with representatives from the lodge there, it's not impossible.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues broadly. I also think, I really want to emphasize this. I really think we need to be having serious discussions with the school district on this. They currently are using another school district's pools, which is also aging out. And I think they're going to have to be looking at this long-term if they actually want to continue having a swimming program, which I can't imagine they're going to want to end. So I think they may be one of actually the biggest stakeholders in all of this. And I would hope that we can keep continuing to have this discussion with them as they put together the next capital levy and see if there's a way that we can partner with them on that, because they have resources way beyond what the cities have. And they also have a really distinct and very specific need that they either need to meet, or they will be getting rid of high school swimming at some point, which I don't think they want to do. So I really hope that we continue discussions with them, as well as I've heard that the tenor has changed with Bothell and that they might be open for discussion at this point. I think it's really worth examining some locations in Bothell that could be much more convenient for Kenmore residents and get us some greater partnership. So, Councilor Marshall.
And thanks to Councilmember Shrubnik for going into the discussion. I agree with everything my colleagues have said. Thank you.
Councilor McCulver.
I'll just add briefly, I've also heard interest from Bothell, so glad they're back or whatever for future exploration. Thanks.
Councilmember Sassen.
Similarly, I agree with all these comments. I am disinclined to move forward on a large aquatic center that isn't associated with our transportation, our public transportation priorities, and that doesn't serve the school district. I love the idea of partnering there, even if what we need to do is downsize and have a pool rather than a complete aquatic center. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
May as well get us all to say something here, but Councilmember Sassen actually brought up exactly what goes through my mind. I'm interested in a pool that is maybe just a pool, smaller, meeting the needs of swimming, not necessarily a full center, but actually pool for our kids to swim in. So the comments more Kenmore centric, definitely, but where we are now, I'm going to just hold it there. I think our comments are very complete here. So thank you. And thank you for your good work on this.
So I guess
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, of course.
I just wanted to reiterate that I think one conclusion of the study is that the best and maybe the only way that an aquatic center or a pool may become reality in the North King County area is with partnerships and those multiple and probably multiple partners. And some of the options that you mentioned were discussed, but again, having those partnerships is probably a likely reality in order to have a pool become real. Also, really any of these options is going to be hard. And so, yes, the options of acquiring some land in Kenmore, further conversations with St. Ed State Park, yeah, those are still on the table. I think they should be on the table. They're going to be hard. They might not be any harder than any other option. So appreciate those comments.
I guess my question, Ms. Bent, is what sort of direction were you looking for from the council? Do you have what you need, or is there something more specific you needed from us.
It would be helpful if you gave specific direction. I think, you've seen the results of the study, and I think really it would be direction to staff to either continue looking for engagement with the cities that we've currently partnered in, is really specifically related to this study. But what I've also heard this evening is don't lose sight of any other opportunities for partnership, whether that's with cities that were not included in the study, with MPRSA, or with the school district. So that's what I've heard. But I think for the purpose of tonight, specifically, it would be, do you still want staff to engage with the other partnership cities that are included in the study for one of these two sites, or both?
Councilor Marshall?
I will bite the bullet. I'd like to hear more from our community, first of all, I guess, before we go out there, but if any boundary were to be drawn, I would think that we would be least interested in shoreline. But I'm just suggesting that here from other council members.
Councilor Shremick and Deputy Mayor.
I'm fine with Kenmore continuing discussion with either of these locations, maybe not being assertively starting those conversations. I guess my preference would be to really lean into the jurisdictions and organizations that are in the North Shore School District. So North Shore, NPRSA, and Bothell. Shoreline's not in our district, neither is Kirkland.
Right.
So I am just concerned, that's why I was stressing junior partner as well. I'm just concerned that neither of those locations would fit very well with our needs. I think they would fit partially. And so, for example, if Shoreline was gung-ho and wanted to consider continued discussion, I wouldn't want to say, no, don't continue those discussions. But I guess if we had to put staff energy into something, it would be with Bothell and North Shore and MPRSA. That would be my preference, but that's just me.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sharpnick, because I agree with you on those things. What I was going to say is, I think Councilmember Marshall said shoreline least. I was going to say, just based on where I live, to get to the Kirkland location would make sense. Like how I think maybe many community members travel, that location is something that is better. Just my instinct. But yeah, as far as staff urgency on this work right here, I think we have higher priorities. As important as a pool is, I think we have higher priorities right now for, rather than pursuing direct staff time on this right now.
Councilor Lutzitz.
I would concur with Councilmember Shrebnick, especially when it comes to consideration of school district and what Councilmember Sasson and Mayor Herbig both, really emphasized, is that a pool like this, there's a need within the North Shore School District, especially at the local high schools and things like that. So looking at that primarily, focusing effort there. But again, yeah, I agree with Councilmember Shrebnick that not to be closed off from other jurisdiction cooperation if the opportunity happens to present itself.
Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, and I still feel on the shoreline to be the least priority, but I definitely agree with emphasizing North Shore School District boundaries and what Council Members Shrebnick and Lutz said.
Yeah, and I generally agree with my colleagues. I think Kirkland makes way more sense to me just on a instinctual level as to how quickly it is to get over there. I go over to Shoreline City Hall on a somewhat regular basis, and it can be a little dicey getting all the way over there sometimes. So I'd be much more in favor of the Kirkland option. I'd be much more in favor though of something with Bothell or the school district. So
I guess so. What I'm hearing is, right now there seems to be more direction from the majority of council members, at least to look at options within the North Shore School District and partnerships. But if an opportunity arises and the other municipalities took the lead, we might be willing to partner depending on what the terms of that partnership were. Have I captured the direction of council correctly?
I believe so. Yeah. Councilor Marshall?
Just want to make sure, I'm not sure if the walled pool is within the North Shore School District, but I thought there was interest still in pursuing walled pool and further discussions with St. Edwards and partners.
Actually, that is a funny point because I remember back when the park ranger lived there, his kids went to Lake Washington School District. So it might technically be in Lake Washington. But yes, I don't think anybody is suggesting that we not look at that a little bit if it's still feasible. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to say it's at least in the city of Kenmore.
All right, anything further on this? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, 2024 annual docket for the Planning Commission presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Todd Hall.
Well, Todd, given the lateness of the hour, Todd is not here right now, so I'm running solo on this. So this is asking for council to approve the annual work program known as the docket for the Planning Commission. So you have the information in your packet, which has given the staff recommendation for what the docket should be. A lot of this is driven by the state mandate for jurisdictions to have their Kenmore to have its comprehensive plan fully updated by the end of 2024. So on that list, you will see several elements of the comprehensive plan which still require update, and that we will be doing that this year. Being the economic
Debbie, this is attachment 2, right?
It is.
Attachment 2 in your packet.
Yes, it is attachment 2.
Thank you for that.
So when there are amendments to the comprehensive plan, it's a requirement that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation to the council prior to council adopting an ordinance. In addition to that, we are also suggesting that in addition to the comprehensive plan elements that are on the list, that the Planning Commission also take ownership of implementing regulations for missing middle housing and for cottage housing. So there are several elements of the comprehensive plan, plus those implementation regulations that we're suggesting going to the Planning Commission, as well as a site-specific comprehensive plan amendment and rezone, which was submitted by the North Shore School District for a piece of property which is directly adjacent to the high school, which will then, they intend then to move forward with plans for the high school there. So those are the items that are suggested for the Planning Commission docket. In attachment number 2, you'll also see an additional list of amendments which are proposed to go directly to council. Amendments to code can go directly to council when there are no comprehensive plan amendments involved. So you'll also see that there's quite a lengthy list there of amendments being brought forward for council consideration from various city departments. What is being driven for community development specifically is regulations to comply with recent state legislation passed last year on middle housing and accessory dwelling units. So those are the two main drivers for the docket: is the state mandate that to get the comprehensive plan updated and to bring into compliance with state legislation on middle housing and ADUs. And there's also other items there that we're trying to get done. It's a pretty aggressive docket for the year. I believe attachment 3 provides sort of a preliminary schedule for how this can be accomplished. With regards to middle housing regulations, cottage housing regulations, ADU regulations, we are currently in the process of selecting a consultant to assist with that. We were fortunate to get a grant from Commerce for $40,000 and supplement that with a little bit of city money from as well. So that is the main reason why we think we can get all this work done next year. Any questions?
Really quick one that popped up for me. I was just curious. The burn ban ordinance, that seems a little out of scope with everything else. It's a little bit more development or zoning related. Can you talk to that briefly?
I believe this was something that council brought up and those discussions on a burn ban. Again, this would require amendment to the municipal code to have regulations, so that's why it's on the list.
Okay, it's just not the sort of thing I'm used to seeing in the docket here, but okay. Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just want to say thank you. And I just want to say that publicly. I've already said it to you privately. This is a really aggressive docket, and I'm super excited about it. I'm super excited about cottage housing, small houses on small lots, ADUs. These are things that I've been personally harping on for ever since I got on council, and some of the council members before I was on council were as well. So this is super exciting to see these on the 2024 docket. Thank you.
City Manager and then Councilmember Lutz.
Yeah, this is really ambitious, probably one of the most ambitious dockets I've seen in a long time. And the fear is that things do take longer than the schedule shows and things start to slip until next year. So I am concerned about that. But what I want to do is I want to have kind of a check-in, I guess, in a few months to see if it looks, to see if we're on track. And if it's starting to look like some things might have to slip into the next year, then I want to get control of that and say, okay, what needs to get done this year? So I want to have a check-in in a few months on that.
That's from Lutz.
Actually, Mr. City Manager, you read my mind. I was going to say something very similar. First of all, yes, as my colleagues have said, thank you very much. This is very ambitious. And are you sure that the Planning Commission is up for it?
I have been prepping the Planning Commission that this will be a very full year next year.
Yes. And so in that list that you provided, or in your the draft, I guess, of the docket, is that listed in terms of prioritization of what should come first? And this is sort of on the coattails of the city manager's comment about, are there things we have to get done this year, and are those bumped up, or how is this sort of pieced together?
Well, I think attachment 3 kind of gives you a schedule of how we can kind of go to the Planning Commission, who meet twice a month. Council has regular meetings. So again, that is a very draft schedule right now. It is very aggressive. It means that some of the elements might have a lighter touch. For example, the downtown elements. So there are some elements which will definitely have a lighter touch. That doesn't preclude anybody from amending the comprehensive plan ever again. But some elements will certainly have a lighter touch than others. The downtown plan being one of them. Some of the other elements, again, might take a little bit more time, but I feel pretty confident because a lot of the larger elements we've already gone through, like transportation, shoreline, a new climate action plan. So these are the ones that have been tackled before, so it's more of an update, I would say, for the comprehensive plan. I think that the most time that will be spent will be on the implementation regulations for middle housing and all the other items that we've listed there that council will be considering. But it is aggressive.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it certainly is, but I have faith in you all, and I know Chair Thompson has floated the idea of also calling special meetings if they get behind in work too. So we'll see how that goes, but I trust you and the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what my colleagues said. I really appreciate the aggressiveness of this, even though you lost one of your most productive planning commissioners to us.
Can we have him back?
You don't want to, you can't ask me to give up their Mondays and their Tuesdays. But really, thank you for bringing this to us and all the work that went into building this out. Sorry, I'm just opening the thing. Is there any further discussion, Deputy Mayor? Okay. The chair would entertain a motion then to approve the Planning Commission's 2024 docket.
So moved.
Second.
motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to approve the Planning Commission's 2024 docket, Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you very much. Last on our business agenda, proposed ordinance. Oh, there's still 3 staff reports, so don't get too excited there, Deputy Mayor. Proposed ordinance number 23-0601, amending ordinance number 21-0527, and ordinance number 23-0572 related to the city of Kenmore's expenditure and reporting of American Rescue Plan Fund, presented by Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill.
Good evening, council. I am here alone, so Janet is sick this evening, so it's just me. This request is to repeal a prior ordinance related to the ARPA fund due to a change in structure that the federal government gave us back in 2022. And we will move the ARPA dollars into the general fund coding. So that's generally what this is about. I need to point out that we republished this ordinance late today, this evening or early evening, to fix a typo. So there's a typo on the 8th line down from the top of the ordinance. The word repealing was misspelled. So we're going to fix, so the new one has fixed that. So that's why that was done. So originally we, when we first got our ARPA dollars, and I'm referring to the agenda bill and attachment 1 are the 2 things that I'm speaking directly about. We originally received money for ARPA in 2021, and we subsequently set up a new fund in 2021. Then in early 2022, we were given guidance from the Treasury that we could take a one-time standard allowance and use the money for revenue replacement, which means we use it via our general fund. So once we found that out, we were like, well, that's the way we want to do it. And so when we did our reporting to the federal government in April and April 2023 and 2022, we indicated we are using that standard allowance. We need our accounting records to match what we told them that we're doing. So we need to repeal the fund and spend the money out of our general fund. So that's what this is about. What questions do you have for me?
Questions? Don't think we have any questions. If there are no questions, then the chair would entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-0601, amending ordinance number 21-0527 and ordinance 23-0572 related to the city of Kenmore's expenditure and reporting of ARPA funds consistent with the final rule in federal reporting under the 6.1 revenue replacement category allowable under the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund known in Kenmore as ARPA.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Culver, second from Councilmember Shrubnik. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you. On that motion as stated by the mayor, Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With all in favor, the motion is unanimous and the ordinance is adopted.
Thank you very much. All right, staff report. Human Services Needs Assessment Status Report presented by Housing and Human Services Manager Tamby Cork.
Good evening, Council. Happy New Year. Welcome to the new council members. My name is Tamby Cork. I'm your Housing and Human Services Manager, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight to give you a bit of a status report update on the Human Services Need Assessment that we're currently undertaking here in the City Manager's office. The primary purpose of my presentation is really to talk about the community outreach that we're currently doing as we create recommendations related to human services for you all to receive and consider, and especially highlight a community survey that we currently have open that we would like to promote both internally and externally to ensure that every resident that is willing and able would fill that out so that we make sure we have a comprehensive understanding of the needs of the community. But prior to getting into the weeds of about what is a human services needs assessment community engagement process, and in light of this being a new year and a new council, I just want to take a very brief step back to say just a bit about this body of work, why we're doing it, what is human services, so that we can kind of set that foundation for the community engagement I'll talk about. So what are human services? First and foremost, it's the delivery of social services and behavioral health services, really aimed at addressing vulnerable populations and ensuring that every community member has access to opportunities to thrive here in the city of Kenmore. In early 2023, the Kenmore City Council approved a plan to address the growing housing and human services needs here in Kenmore, including the creation of this housing and human services manager position, and then the funding for this human services community needs assessment. I've been in this position since the end of May, and I really look forward to working with this council during this new year and ongoing to do this work in the community. Historically, the city of Kenmore has approached human services as a funder. So they've funded a competitive grant process at a $7.53 per capita rate, so around $180,000 per year. That's been a part of the biennial budget process. And I've put up on the board for you the 19 agencies that have been funded by, are being funded by the city of Kenmore here in 2024. The top blue ones are funded by general fund in that competitive grant process. The two yellow were a part of the competitive grant process, but as also a component of the interlocal agreement with King County Regional Homelessness Authority. And then the bottom two are ARPA funded kind of one-time supports that will be ending at the end of this contracted period. I would repeat one note that I made in my September Human Services update, which is I've had the opportunity to meet with all of these agencies over the past 7 months, and just would reiterate that they are really doing incredible work. They're grateful for the support of the city of Kenmore, and they are also reporting that need is high across all service areas and all demographics. That the need that we're currently seeing with relation to food insecurity, mental health, et cetera, pre-pandemic in 2019 would have been considered crisis levels or unprecedented, but it's really the new normal. And we need to shift the way we're thinking about these elements of distress in the community as not being a short-term crisis, but kind of a long-term problem that need to be addressed in a systemic and comprehensive way. Because while many, and I'll talk about this in a minute, many portions of the population have rebounded from the past 3 years, many others have not. And that's going to be a long-term challenge to support those individuals. Which is part of why we're doing this human service needs assessment. So what is it and why does it matter? This is really a community-wide planning effort to systemically look at the strengths and needs within the Kenmore community with regards to human services. So there's a profile of the community. There's looking at the different agencies that are currently available or needed, and then developing some guiding principles and funding priorities for council to consider for moving forward. And I really want to highlight that this is a strength-based approach. Yes, there are gaps. Yes, there are needs, but there are also a lot of pro-social and positive elements that already exist within this community. And growing those strengths is just as important as filling the gaps. If we want to create as our service vision notes, a thriving community where all people love where they live. And there's a lot of positive work to build on. And again, I would just reiterate, like, why is this important now? I love this graph. I promise I won't show it to you in every presentation that I do, but I think it's really informative. This is a behavioral health model from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, which was adopted and adapted by the Washington Department of Health. And it's really based in disaster research, and it talks about what communities experience during and in the aftermath of a natural or public health disaster. And one, I think it really represents what I experienced. It represents what I think of many people I know experience in terms of these highs and lows and peaks and valleys over the past 3 years. But it's really, I think it critically illustrates two very important elements. One is, that yellow line is the majority of the population. And this is now about a year old, but I think it still is informative and reflective of where we are today. And that is that the majority of the population has returned to pre-pandemic baseline when it comes to behavioral health and in most human service related elements of their life. But baseline was never health. It still isn't. So when we think about our vulnerable populations, when we think about youth, when we think about seniors, many of those populations were already in crisis in 2019. And so while they have returned to the 2019 baseline, that is still crisis. And so we need to be mindful of that is progress, but it's not the destination, even for that top tier population that is doing the best. And then I think the other really critical thing about this that this graph shows is that the pandemic was a universally experienced event that was really disproportionately impactful, and that the most vulnerable communities continue to be impacted in a way that will take years to address. And so there's a lot of work to continue to do. And it's really important that we prioritize those, in my opinion, we prioritize those most vulnerable populations. So at least we can get folks back to baseline and support them so that they can have the best opportunities towards success. And before I get into the, again, the community engagement plan, which is why I'm here tonight, I'm been daylighting this language internally and externally because I believe that DEIA is fundamental to human services. We're talking many times about vulnerable and marginalized populations. It has to be rooted in diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. This is draft language. I welcome feedback. I've been having one-on-ones with many people to think about how do we best frame this so that it's meaningful and also rooted in what the city is doing overall. But this will be, one of the first components of the human services needs assessment because this work must be rooted in the broader work of DEIA. So finally, community engagement. We do have the survey open. This survey should take about 10 minutes. It's focused specifically on access to services and helping us to identify the gaps, strengths, opportunities, and solutions. It's been publicized electronically. There's a mailer going out to each household in the city. And I'm also working with a lot of our partners, including the library and the senior center, to have in-person opportunities for me to walk through the survey with folks who maybe need a little assistance. We have paper copies at the senior center and then do additional outreach. So folks in the community will be seeing me kind of all over at any community events or really anything I can invite myself to in the next few weeks. So if I'll definitely be at the library, the senior center, food pantries, but if there are other businesses or organizations that would like to have a little pop-up event where I bring some technology and we can invite people to take the survey and talk more about it, I'm happy to do that. I'm excited to be at the library family story time tomorrow night because I have not been yet. We're also doing some focus groups this quarter. So mid-month, we're working with the senior center. They're allowing us to use their space to do a senior focused, older adults focused focus group in conjunction with one of their ongoing activities. We're working with some key residents in the manufactured home community to have a focus group specific to that population and the needs that they have. We're hoping and planning to do that as a dual room event. So one room it will be facilitated in English, the other will be facilitated in Spanish. And continuing on with key informant and key perspective interviews, all leading up to final report and a study session that I will have in front of you very soon in the next few months. And I do have a little bit more about kind of what's next on the next slide. But before I get to that, I just wanted to pause and see if there are any questions about community outreach. What is a needs assessment, what are human services, et cetera, before I talk about bringing back to you a final report.
Questions? I'm not. Yeah, Councilmember Sassen.
I just want to make a comment that I really appreciate your attention to identifying the return to the baseline as not being health. I think that that's a really important distinction to make, and I appreciate you making it. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Lutzitz.
Just a brief comment. Thank you for all of your work. It's, you know, fundamental. But also I was very impressed with, you know, making this survey more accessible. That was something that stuck out to me and something that, you know, I've looked at in the past and been considered of. So it was very cool to hear that. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Great, thank you. And I'll also add that the survey is available in English, Spanish, and Chinese. So the back end auto translates. And if there are community groups that would like it translated into another language, we can do that. They can just contact me for that. So the community engagement that I've just detailed is an effort towards a community service study session and delivering a draft final report and recommendations back to this council. As I've been working over the past 4 months with our consultants at Health Management Associates, I've been grounding that work in council direction and community feedback. And council direction has been critical to how we've been framing the final recommendations and the drafting of those recommendations. It's always been rooted in council direction and goals. Housing is a fundamental element of human services needs. And the affordable housing goals that I have been directed to move forward for the city have been the framework with which I've been looking at drafting these recommendations for this report. So as I look towards bringing a report back to you, as I look towards doing a study session in the next few months, and with the knowledge that I've been drafting all of this work with housing as a fundamental component of it that's rooted in our affordable housing goals, I'm in need. I have a request for some council direction. On December 11th, as you all know, the development agreement related to Plymouth was not adopted. And I left that meeting with that knowledge, but without any knowledge about what the direction council had for me moving forward with relation to affordable housing. And it's specifically important because I feel a little bit stuck about how to move forward with the recommendations in this report, knowing that housing is fundamental, housing cost burden of residents was always meant to be a component of this report. And so I would respectfully request if there's any direction from council related to affordable housing that I can utilize to move forward with this work plan item. I would just respectfully request to maybe receive some of that guidance. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall.
Yes, just really focus on getting more public input.
Councilmember Sherbeck.
Yeah, I think that's great. I look forward to more public engagement on it and either a modified or a new, I mean, I think it could go either way, potentially a modified or new proposal.
Deputy Mayor.
First, I just want to say that this didn't pass is it's that Plymouth didn't pass isn't about your work. You and your team put outstanding effort into putting that together. So I want to say that first. Also in this report that you've been doing, looking at housing as fundamental, it still is. So reflecting what that needs still matters, okay? So that work I think is still valuable for us to read, regardless of what the outcome of that project is. We need to know what are the housing needs in Kenmore. We have an incredibly important project that I shouldn't say this, that I think is very important to go through, which is the whole property that we're moving on, that also has affordability needs built into it. There are other options. We also have things that we need to look at for housing options for our at-risk mobile home park owners and what we can do. You know, there are communities here. We know we have housing needs. I actually trust your judgment. We said this is a priority. We are working with you to say, and the community outreach that you're doing and the things that we have to do to bring something forward to the community that we can uplift all of us with and get real work done with. I'm just saying, I respect the direction that you've gone. Bring it to us, okay? I'm thankful for your work, and we have plenty of housing needs. One project not going through doesn't mean we're not going to use the input that you have to give us. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues here. I think saying housing is fundamental is kind of underselling it a bit. I think a lot of the issues that we're dealing with on the human services side of things could be solved through more affordable housing in general. We are the least housed state in the country. We have less housing units per family unit than any other state. And that has led us to a place where a huge percentage of our folks are rent burdened, which then leads to a lot of the other human services needs that we have as a community. So I would absolutely hope that we would continue, work on affordable housing. And I would love to figure out how we can, get more community input and feedback and see if there's a way that we can, possibly rework the project and bring that back to council at some point in the future. Councilmember Sasson?
I look forward to revisiting the project in the future. I also want to say that as we're gathering more community input and you are doing a needs assessment, at some point we need to pivot towards community education. And so assessment report that's not just specific for council, but that is a broader community-based information that people may not intuit by their own experience.
Any other comments? Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I support continuing to look at Plymouth specifically and seeing what we can make happen. Ongoing conversation. Obviously, this caught some folks off guard. There's been some discussion around what exactly that is, but I look at this as several years of work and continued, yes, let's do it. Council direction, making a lot of decisions up to this point. So it's a new council, it's a new group. We've got a little more dialogue to sort of build on and build from. So I look forward to taking that on. Thank you for your work on this.
Any other comments? All right, do you have what you think you need? All right, wonderful. Second staff report, Boathouse fundraising and school district rowing program update presented by City Manager Rob Carlenzi and Community Development Director Debbie Bent.
Well, I should probably preface this by saying it's probably uncertain and not the best news. Not the kind of thing I like to present. On fundraising, so you remember when the Boathouse came forward to award the construction contract, there was a funding shortage and council said, we will temporarily fund the project, but at some point we expect a private group to raise the funds and give that back to council. When that contract was awarded, the amount of shortage was 340,000, which over the course of construction grew to 500,000 plus. There was a fundraising committee and there was a memorandum of understanding that those funds would be raised. That group has presented updates to council, quarterly updates, and every time that we've had a quarterly update, there have no funds been raised. there have been valid reasons for no funds being raised. I think when they started this, they were hoping for the support from the Pocock Foundation. Pocock is no longer in the mix. They have a fundraising committee who feel completely out of their depth without the expertise to raise funds. So no funds have been raised. That is still an issue of what to do about that going forward. That's the update on fundraising. We did meet with members of the fundraising committee to confirm that the last report they gave to council, that nothing has changed in terms of fundraising. So when they presented to council, they said, we've not been able to raise any funds. Here's why. We feel that's going to still be a challenge moving forward. That still rings true. So we did check with them about that. And I believe Rob's waving, so he needs to add something there.
Yeah, so we did meet with them, and usually when fundraising efforts like this happen, they happen before the building gets built, and that provides the value proposition for the fundraising. What happened with this is the pandemic happened, and that stalled the fundraising effort. But we decided to go ahead and keep going with construction. We loaned the money to ourselves, but we got the boathouse built. We didn't want to wait for the fundraising effort. We still had hopes that they would raise the funds, but now that the boathouse is built and programs are running out of it, that value proposition for fundraising is gone, because in the words of one of the fundraising chair people, he said, what terrible thing is going to happen if we don't raise the money? Nothing. They're just going to continue. Programs are going to continue. And so with that value proposition gone, they don't feel like they have the ability to raise the money, which now causes us to direct our attention to some other options. Debbie, take it away.
Right. So in terms of the school district leases the building. We have a lease agreement with the school district. Part of that was the school district provided us $250,000 of funding towards tenant improvements at that building. We negotiated a lease with them. There is also a management agreement for a boathouse manager. You've probably heard that the school district has extreme financial woes. They have a $26 million problem to solve in terms of funding. When there was a presentation to the school board in November, and they had what I think the superintendents called a list of uglies. And on that list was a whole bunch of things that the school district would be looking at to try and solve this funding situation. On that list was no longer participating or with the city for a rowing program at the boathouse. Rowing is not a WIAA supported sport. And as of last year, the school district no longer supplemented student participation and the fees significantly increased. So that is currently under consideration. There has not been a decision by the board. The school district are currently looking at their options for what to do about this financial situation. They're looking at everything. So that is where they currently are. So they've not made a decision. The board has not made a decision, but currently the boathouse is on the list of potential cuts.
The rowing program.
The rowing program. Sorry, the rowing program is late. I'm sorry. So the rowing program is on that list. So as we're thinking about this, the question then becomes, what happens now? There is also the Kenmore Community Rowing Club, who also operates their programming out of the boathouse. So we don't know what the final outcome from the school district will be, But if we're thinking ahead and we want to continue options, then one option might be then to consider like a request for proposal for a boathouse manager to take over rowing. And what the details of that would be, we'll have to develop. But that is certainly one sort of option to consider if life as we know it in terms of rowing with school district participation ends at some point.
And if I could just add to it, the school district could be out of the rowing program as soon as fall of 2024. So I think we need to go ahead and kind of assume that and get going on a request for proposals. And so we want to bring a draft request for proposals for you to look at next month. And the focus will be on youth rowing. That's always been the mission of that boathouse, is to get regular kids, not rich kids, regular kids, the opportunity to row. The rich kids get to row right across the river from that boathouse. So we want one for regular kids. And so the RFP would be youth focused. And I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I think we should get going on it sooner rather than later. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Just to be quite frank about this, this might actually be a blessing in disguise. And the reason I say that is we have one kind of, not a very big boathouse. It's kind of a small boathouse, but the school district is required to provide rowing programs for all of 4 of their high schools, 4A high schools, 4A high schools. So they can't just say, oh, we're only going to do rowing for Inglemoor High School. If the other 3 high schools want to row, they have to make room. And quite frankly, it was like trying to fit a size 14 foot in a size 6 shoe, to have all those rowing programs, plus trying to create space for the rowing club itself. And so this might be actually a blessing in disguise, where we can take a step back, do an RFP, and get an operator that knows this stuff and can come in and right size it for the boathouse that we have. So you're going to have a joint meeting with the school district on February 5th. And this will probably be one of the topics of that conversation.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
And maybe this is a question for them on the 5th, but so 3 things. When do we expect to know an answer? Do we know when we'll know?
I know that they're currently working through things probably through February. I don't know when they will be taking it to the board for direction.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we should pursue at least getting a RFP drafted and kind of ready like you're doing. And I guess I wouldn't want to preclude the option of someone responding to that and being able to say that they can do both adult and youth. There's actually a fairly good rationale for having one operator for both programs. If not, I mean, the obvious one is coordination. And then the less obvious one is how each supports the other financially and organizationally. So I guess I would suggest that we put it out there as possibly both adult and youth, or youth only. So, and not preclude that. And then I had one other point. Oh, and the last point was something that city manager said, which is, well, you can't just have one high school. In reality, North Shore School District has quite a few programs that are offered at only one high school. You know, the one that comes to mind, of course, is Auto Shop, which is only at Bothell, even though it takes students from other schools. It is one program at one site. So they do programs at one site. And so I, again, wouldn't preclude that, but that would be how that would be if, one athletic director, and that's kind of district-based, and if they're pulling out entirely, that is kind of irrelevant, but I guess I just wanted to point out that they do programs that are site-specific.
Councilor Marshall?
Is the district still paying rent? And are the district kids still using the boathouse?
There is no rent currently. Again, the lease was, they'd given us some money towards construction of boathouse improvements. We're not charging rent. We think that the lease, we could charge rent, but I don't think the school district agrees that they should be paying rent.
Kids still using it right now?
I think the next time they'll be using it is for the spring rowing program.
Councilor Lutzis?
Really quickly to respond to Councilmember Srebnick's comment. They've done that before. I don't know if you all remember, but I was on the first crew team at Inglemore, and it started as a North Shore crew team based out of Inglemore. And then it became Inglemore specific once Bothell had enough kids to form their own, but Woodinville and North Creek didn't have their own. So we fielded some of the students there. So it was Inglemore with 1 or 2 from Woodinville, 1 or 2 from North Creek. And then the other schools, there's funding, there's different leadership in the district at that time that was very supportive of rowing. And then it's fluctuated back and forth. And then I think it combined in recent years to some sort of mixed, again, just based on the fees. And I know with most recently, because of the price increases to participate, which I have heard about, they dropped in numbers. And so they had to do some school mergers again. So, but that was just a comment. I know that doesn't actually lead anywhere, and it's irrelevant if they pull out completely, but that was just a point of clarification.
Any other questions, comments? I like the idea of putting on an RFP and trying to find a best and highest use for the boathouse, and I look forward to a deeper conversation about that next month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
I have nothing else.
All right, council member reports and comments. Councilmember Culver.
Just happy to be here. Nothing to add.
Councilmember Marshall.
Congrats to all the new council members, and I hope we all, myself included, continue to strive for the type of meeting we had tonight of great persuasiveness and great brevity.
Councilmember Sassen.
Well, this is fun. It was a great meeting. We got a lot done. I'm conscious of potentially appearing as though I'm not in favor of a pool. And so I just want to clarify, I'm a little discouraged by the whole North Shore reality, but I just want to say I'm not in favor of a pool. I'm just wanting to partner with the group that is North Shore. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Srebnick.
It has been fun, and I love having the new council members, although I miss the old ones too. I am going to participate in my first regional policy committee meeting tomorrow as an SCA, Sound Cities Association representative, and I'm super excited.
Nice. Councilmember Lutzis.
It has been an exciting first meeting. I've had a blast, and I'm looking forward to all the rest and to working with you all as well as city staff. I think we're going to get a lot done. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I just really want to thank our new council members, say how much I appreciate you being here. I look forward to your unique voices and perspectives and the good that you have to bring to the community. I also want to give our community members thank you again. Keep these meetings more interesting, active, and engaged, and it's good stuff. So, and staff, we're so lucky to have you. And I know, I just want to say that. So, I was calling 11:30 about an hour ago, but something's changed on this diet. I don't know. We made it. We got done early. Thank you.
Well, I want to welcome all of our new council members. I really am excited to work with all of you. I think you will find this to be one of the most rewarding and challenging things you have done to yourself. And there will be days when you remind yourself, I did this to myself. But there will also be days where you sit outside the splash pad and go, yeah, I did that too. So this is a wonderful thing, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you for the next couple of years. And I am very excited after a decade to no longer be the youngest person at this dais. So welcome Councilmember Culver, welcome Councilmember Lucis. And with that, I know no more business come before us, we are adjourned.